Recording in progress.
Present.
Yes.
Present. Here.
Here. Okay, thank you for that. Next order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to ask Vice President Rentila to lead us through. Please stand, or you may observe a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. General Counsel Nicole Wood will serve as parliamentarian for the 1980.
As a reminder to members of the public in attendance, the board has adopted rules governing the conduct of its meetings. Public participation is welcome and encouraged. All public comments should be addressed to the board as a body, and the board asks that you please respect the 3-minute time limit per speaker. All persons attending board meetings shall observe the rules, any additional rules the board may establish, and the orders of the president with respect to the conduct of the meeting. No person may disrupt or disturb the board meeting. Disturbing, impeding, or otherwise preventing the orderly conduct of the board meeting could result in an individual's removal from the meeting.
The rest of the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Next is the consent calendar, which consists of items 1 and 2 on the agenda. Madam Clerk, have we received any public comments or requests to speak on consent calendar items?
We have not. If anyone wishes to speak on consent calendar items, please raise your hand in Zoom or approach the podium. Seeing none, we have no public comments.
Mr. President, if there are no comments, we recommend the board approve consent calendar items 1 and 2.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments from members of the board? If not, I would ask for a motion to approve items on the consent calendar.
Second.
Great. Item's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
On the motion by Director Weiner and seconded by Vice President Rentila to approve consent calendar items 1 and 2, those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say no. The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next is the regular calendar. And on the regular calendar, item 3, to approve a contract with Municipal Resource Group LLC for a total amount of $14,800 for general manager performance evaluation services. Madam Clerk, have we received any public comments or requests to speak on this item?
We have not. If anyone wishes to speak on item 3, please approach the podium or raise your hand in Zoom. Seeing none, we have no public comments.
Okay, I'm going to ask the chair of this committee, Director Sutter, to please provide some background information on this item, please.
The committee met
a couple of times to discuss this item. With the committee consists of myself and President Alvarado, and with Director of Administrative Services, Justin Lovell, assisting us, and an RFP was put out. The staff actually handled the RFP, narrowed down the choices based on some criteria that the committee, the ad hoc committee, reviewed with Director of Administrative Services, narrowed the choices down to the top two. We interviewed the top two consultants and gave feedback to the director. And once we were satisfied with what they had to say based on what we discussed with the board, we were able to make a decision and recommendation to the board as you see before you. Though both consultants are capable of delivering the services, we felt that one consultant was able to do it in the way that would be more advantageous to the board. We did have the Director of Administrative Services go back and ask for best and final offer, and he did so, and that is what you see before you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to start with any questions from the board. We'll start with Director Wiener.
I have no questions at this time.
Thank you. Director King Meredith.
Nor do I.
Thank you. Vice President Rentila.
None, thank you.
Thank you. And I echo what Director Suddiff explained to the board. It was a good process, good interviews, and both companies were very qualified. But we decided on Municipal Resource Group because we just thought they just had a little bit extra. So I don't think we can go wrong with any of them, but we believe this group is better. So seeing no further questions, I'll ask for a motion.
I move that the contract be approved as written.
And I second it.
And you second, okay?
Yes.
Yeah, so the item's been properly moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
On the motion by Director Suddick and seconded by Director King Meredith to approve a contract with Municipal Resource Group, LLC, for a total amount of $14,800 for General Manager Performance Evaluation Services, and authorize the Board President to execute the same. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next on the agenda is regular calendar item number 4, to receive an update on the implementation phase of the computerized maintenance management system project. Madam Clerk, have we received any public comments or requests to speak on this item?
We have not. If anyone wishes to speak on item 4, please approach the podium or raise your hand in Zoom. See none, we have no public comments.
Thank you. And we have project manager, well, we have acting general manager Michael Savannah and project manager Mohammed Masood and associate management analyst Victoria Donati to provide the presentation.
Good evening. One correction, we have Mohammed Guri, who's our GIS programmer.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's my fault. Blame it on me, I'm sorry.
We're going to give you all an update today on our CMMS project, and it's a long project. So what you'll receive today is an update on where we are. We've wrapped up a phase of it, a pretty healthy phase of it, and we're just going to walk you through what we've done, and then we'll be available for any questions. So I'll let Mohammed and Victoria take over, and we'll be here for questions when they're done. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good evening, everyone. So here's a look at our agenda tonight. We're going to go over a brief overview of the project timeline. Project timeline and all the project tasks that were completed during implementation, the different components of asset management, agency-wide, the benefits of CityWorks, and the next steps and wrap up, and then we will end with some questions. Next. All right, so I'll start with the project timeline. So in September of 2020, West County Wastewater completed a needs assessment with the help of Client First Consulting Group. And this was to determine what the agency needed in regards to an asset management program. And you may notice that there is a significant gap from the assessment to the contract award. And this was an intentional delay due to the assessment needed to be properly evaluated for what the needs of the agency were. And we needed to upgrade and build the platform, the GIS platform that Mohammed was working on. And there was also an extensive contract negotiation process. And we didn't want to rush this just because this was a significant project. And while I'm on that topic, West County Wastewater has developed over 2 years now in 2021 an IT committee which meets every 6 weeks. The IT committee serves as a forum for everyone at West County Wastewater to participate in regular status updates of current IT projects and to present a potential business case for any IT software or hardware needs that they deem fit for the organization. The IT committee participates in the evaluation of purchasing these potential software or hardware purchases and makes recommendations. As this project played a huge role in our agency, the IT committee was created after this, and this will help facilitate the role for future software that we would like to bring into the agency and help streamline the process in a more timely manner. In May of 2023, we asked the Board of Directors for their approval to award the CMMS project contract to CityWorks and the implementation partner, Wolpert. Mohammed, Judy, and I set up a cadence to meet regularly, internally, and with Wolpert stakeholders to develop a plan for implementation. In July of 2023, the project team officially started the implementation process with CityWorks in Wolpert. We continued to meet internally and with Wolpert to discuss implementation timeline, status updates, and action items. We also hosted CMMS stakeholder meetings internally every 2 weeks that included updates or items needed from all divisions across West County Wastewater that would be utilizing the software. I will get into more detail on the next slide on the different project tasks that were completed. And lastly, in October of 2023, we were able to go live and host in-person trainings agency-wide for the CityWorks software. Okay, the different project tasks that were completed during the implementation phase. The first was the board approval, the contract award in May 2023. The next was the configuration of geodatabase tables, which consisted of taking all of our assets and putting them into a geodatabase table. Since CityWorks is built off of GIS, everything needs to live in GIS, which is our assets, locations, IDs. And the next was the CityWorks and WinCan API module. This integration provides the collection systems operations, the ability to make the WinCan, which is the CCTV software, data available in CityWorks. The next task was the work order templates and task list. This consisted of assigning different templates, which were corrective, preventative, reactive, to the different asset types. The next task was the Hansen data migration, which Hansen was the prior asset management system that was utilized by the collection system operations. And the next task was the CityWorks sandbox environment. This was a test environment for all users, and it was basically provided for about a month or so before go live so that all users could actually go into the system and test out. And then the next task was the procurement of tablets. We determined and worked with administrative services the needs for the maintenance and operations staff and the CSO staff of what they needed, and we procured tablets. And then the next task was the end-user training and go live, which consisted of in-person training with Wolpert's technical staff. So this photo was taken, we broke the end-user trainings up into divisions. So this was CSO attending training. This is how we set it up, classroom style in the boardroom. And then Parker from Wolpert was here to do the in-person trainings. And then maintenance and operations were able to also participate in in-person trainings with Wolpert. And I'll hand it over to you, Mohammed. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Victoria, and good evening, everybody. So I'll be taking the next few slides, and what you see here is kind of the umbrella of asset management. So what we wanted to kind of really reiterate here is that although CityWorks is our asset management tool and how we maintain, track, and perform the work, it's just one piece of the asset management puzzle. So in no particular order, what you see here are the different components. We have software that we use for asset management, like CityWorks, GIS, WinCan, which again is our CCTV application. These are some of the applications. Then we also have, as Victoria mentioned, the CityWorks component itself, which it really ties into the different types, ways we want to maintain our assets. And so some of the industry best practices that are used in our industry mainly is preventative, corrective, and reactive maintenances. And essentially what those are is the three core ones. So preventative, again, is to create schedules to our assets, consistent schedules based on the need of the organization so that we don't have failures. Corrective, if we see something during routine inspections with our assets and it seems like something might not be working right or could be seen as a potential problem, then that is something we call corrective. And then lastly, reactive. Of course, as the name applies, something breaks, something fails, and we need to go respond to it quickly. That's reactive. So we've broken it down to three different maintenance types, and that's how CityWorks is set up. Of course, we can add more to this. There's that customizability in that, but we started with the recommendations from the consultant as we kind of built the system out. Some of the more higher level pieces that we incorporate into overall asset management strategies are our CIP program, of course. Our CIP program takes into consideration some of these pieces of software that we utilize, like CityWorks, GIS, takes that information and utilizes it as we develop out our CIPs. And then, of course, we use eBuilder to manage the CIP program in terms of the project, the costs, the different assets that we're working on within those projects. So those are kind of tied in together. The strategic plan, we develop that every so often, every 10 or so years often, and within that we have a very high level strategy in terms of what are we going to do for the next 10 years with our CIP program, with our GIS program, and what does that look like? And so again, that helps kind of refine the asset management strategies over the course of those years. And then one of the last pieces here is the community outreach. And although it isn't a program, but really it's a key effective strategy for us to go out and educate our residents in some of the do's and don'ts when it comes to proper wastewater treatment. And so again, that could extend the life of our assets by educating our residents on some of those things. So these are some of the things that we really wanted to kind of explain and kind of tie together to the overall asset management strategy. Just wanted to open up if there's anything that anybody wants to add, Victoria or Michael, on that.
I just have a real quick point of clarification. I think Mohammed did a really good job of tying together our asset management program and sort of differentiating that from our CMMS program, which is what this update is about, and it's really a tool. When you see up here strategic plan, and as you heard Mohammed talking about it, it's different than the strategic plan that the board develops. The board develops a strategic plan which gives the organization direction. The plan that we're talking about here is sometimes referred to as our master plan. So I just wanted to make that clarification for folks listening. Thank you. Great job, Mohammed.
Thank you, Michael. So, all right, so some of the things that we wanted to also share with you all is in regards to, how are we using CityWorks now? We obviously went through the process, as Victoria shared, procuring the software, then we went through the implementation process, but now we actually have some usage. We've been using it since October, and so some of the things here that we've identified are the ways we're using it and some of the benefits in a sense too. So we're able to now assign work orders across the agency, regardless of what division we're in. We're able to create and track work orders within CityWorks as well. We can also see within the application where are our assets versus looking at a spreadsheet, for example. It doesn't really give us the actual physical location, but now in CityWorks we can pull up the asset in a tabular format and then spatially see it on the right side as well. And I'll kind of show you what that looks like here in a little bit. We can set up preventative maintenance schedules based on what the organization feels is needed for each particular asset type. And those are determined by the different divisions and the things they're responsible for. One of the big things I think we've done by bringing CityWorks online is reduce the amount of paper we use when it comes to doing asset management. In a slide coming up, I'll kind of share what that looks like, but at the end of the day, our treatment plant staff are using paper to really track a lot of their work orders. And it's hard to even to print those out, manage it, and then make sure that we don't lose that documentation. So I think we've really made an impact there as well. And then another nice thing that we've been able to do is take advantage of the service calls. So CityWorks can now take service calls from our residents when they come in, maybe sharing information about potential backups or potential spills. We can take that call information, put it into CityWorks, and then the proper staff members can be notified that there's been a call made and they can respond to it accordingly. Some of the things we'll touch on soon are reporting. We now have data, good data, that we can actually utilize in dashboards within GIS or within CityWorks, and we'll kind of highlight some of those capabilities as well here in some upcoming slides. And then, of course, project planning. So we were already doing a great job with our CIPs, but now we can enhance our CIPs by using this data to see if there's any consistency in some of the assets that we're maintaining in terms of, are we going out there too often to maybe address a need? And should we look at different options or options that to eliminate the constant tending to these particular assets? So just some of the highlights of how we've, as an agency, benefited from bringing CityWorks online. So this slide really identifies some of the ways that we used to do it and how we're doing it now. So if you look to the left, you see a paper PDF document that was created by our treatment staff, ops and maintenance staff, and we've taken that information that they were collecting in that document and we moved it to a format, which is our CityWorks application. So there's a lot of things that we took from there and we made that available inside of CityWorks, but we've also enhanced it by capturing more information that may not have been available to capture when this form was created. I don't think this is working. And what you see here is a screenshot of the system itself. So On the right-hand side, what we've done is we've taken the maintenance building, we've selected it. It's the building in yellow right now. And on the left, what you see is the tabular information of the maintenance building. And so we can do that with pretty much any facility at the plant. If we select it and we open up its details on the left-hand side, you can expand it and see the different asset types of assets that we have, and then digging down a little bit deeper, what is that asset? You know, is it a pump, and what pump is it? Is it a blower? What number is it? And so on and so on. So once you select that particular asset, then you can start creating your work order against it, or inspection, or whatever the work that needs to be done to it. Yeah.
Can you go back one slide? One thing that I just wanted to point out is we're actually looking at the CMMS software, but what you see overlaid here is the GIS information. So sort of the connecting of those two things that the board has made decisions to invest in. Our CMMS software and our GIS information has been updated and built as a platform for it.
And now what we're looking at here is our collection services, our collection systems operations work order system. So on the left, what you're looking at is the previous version or software that we had, which was Hansen. And although it was computerized, it was very limited in how we were able to use it and who was able to use it. But again, we've taken that information, we've taken what we're capturing from Hansen, and we brought it into CityWorks, and now made it more accessible to staff, whether it's in the office or out in the field, and we've made it more available to users across the division. So it's not just per license or per person, it's available to everybody who needs access to it. And here's an example of how our collection systems operations group uses it. So, for them, as Michael alluded and mentioned, that what you're looking at on the right-hand side. Let me rewind. What you're looking at right now is CityWorks. This is all within CityWorks, but we're able to take CityWorks and see the spatial information on the right-hand side, and then see the asset details on the left. So what we've done here in this screenshot is we selected a pipe, and then that pipe's asset details are on the left in that tabular side of the screen. And the really nice thing is that all this data is actually coming from GIS. So as GIS gets updated with this attribute information like pipe diameter, pipe size, pipe material, that information is directly fed to CityWorks and made available to whoever's working within the CityWorks environment. So that's really one of the biggest benefits of having CityWorks built into GIS, is that your data is always accurate and live, and there's no need to duplicate the effort when it comes to maintaining your assets. I'm going to pass it over to Victoria, and she's going to kind of talk about some of the data and how we can visualize that in the coming months.
Okay, so the next two slides are basically use cases off of CityWorks website, and they're different cities or towns, and basically these are the opportunities that we have for visual dashboard representation of the key performance indicators. So this one's from St. George Parks Division, and it shows average, and it's also updates while people are putting the updates in the system. It actually just updates them in real time. So these are also things that can be embedded on our website. So one of our, thank you. So one of our biggest goals and hopes for the near future is that, since we are getting a lot of our data in now over the past few months, is that we will be able to create dashboards such as this one. And this one definitely relates to our work. It shows you total work orders, and it shows you how many and what type of work orders. And these are called widgets. So there's different ways that you can visualize these dashboards, but it's just a good example of what's to come with all the data that we are getting in the system now and the many capabilities that it has. I'll pass it over to Mohammed.
We just wanted to highlight this. So our consultant that helped us implement the system, Woolpert, wanted us to do a presentation at a local user group meeting in Antioch. And this user group meeting was for CityWorks users. And since we were really new to the system at the time, they wanted us to attend, not because we're new users, but they're really impressed by the way that we were able to implement this system as quickly as we did. The system implementation was branded as Rapid Ready. That's what Woolpert branded it as. And it was supposed to be a 4-month implementation, but as you all may know, it's rare you ever get something implemented based on the initial timeline for various reasons. But we did. We got it ready within 5 months, so a 1-month delay. But because of that, we were asked to do a presentation. And so this is just a couple of pictures of us presenting at this user group meeting. And by our disbelief, we were actually asked a lot of questions. People were really interested and intrigued by the fact, how did we get something like this deployed and ready and usable within 5 months, especially when all of them were already CityWorks users. So we got a lot of feedback. People were really excited to see that something like this was possible. So I just wanted to share that with you all here today. And I'll pass it over to Victoria to wrap it up for us.
Okay, so we have some next steps and homework. Our first one would be to create governance documents and standard operating procedures for the system. Continue to host regular stakeholder meetings to ensure West County Wastewater CityWorks users have the resources they need. West County Wastewater to determine how to best utilize the data from CityWorks and share with stakeholders. And this one also to learn how to build reporting, such as the last 2 slides that I showed. And then continually manage and administer the CityWorks system and assess CityWorks system module upgrades as needed. Okay. And that concludes the presentation. I'll open it up for any questions you may have.
Okay, well, thank you for the presentation, and we'll start with Director Weiner. Any questions, comments?
I do, pretty impressive. When you show the GIS location of a pipe down the center, how much information can we gather on the actual location of the pipe, like depth, where it actually resides on the road, and things like that? Are we able to, like, say we have to dig up a pipe, are we able to then put all those measurements in, and would we?
Yeah, great question, and we have that ability to do that. So we're currently tracking depth, size, material, elevations, whether that's at the rim or at the invert, depth of the manhole. We even have information on the alignment. And all these things are currently maintained in the system. They're also very editable. So we can edit all of these fields and the physical position of the pipe itself and the manholes. And which is something we are constantly looking at, how we can continue to maintain our system when that need arises.
That's great. And then my next question is, at the last slide you said that you're going to create governance documents. I don't know what those are.
Yeah, great question. So the governance document is really to help us as an organization understand, who's responsible for what. When a great example is that's going to bring in a lot of new infrastructure to our treatment plant, and so when that infrastructure comes online, we want to be able to have that in our GIS, which means it's going to be in our CityWorks. And so what that will allow us to do is make sure that once we go live with that system or those pieces or that asset, it's there, it's ready, and we're able to create preventative maintenance schedules against it. But the problem right now is that we don't have a governance document to help us understand, well, who's responsible for that different aspect of bringing that information in, putting it in, assigning a PM schedule to it. All those details, I think that's what the governance document's going to help us understand.
Great.
And identify.
Okay, then I have one last question. So what do you attribute your quick ability to implement the system to? For example, was the way we had organized everything compatible with the way CityWorks organized it? And had we, stored documents so they were easy to get to? I mean, what was it that made your implementation so quick, besides your brilliance and everybody else's brilliance who worked on it?
I would say honestly, we had a great team. I think top to bottom, we had the right people in the right place. I think that was a big benefit. We were all bought in to the goal, and we also had a lot of pre-planning. So before we actually started the implementation of the project, we actually identified some of the things that we can get done now before the actual project started internally. And one of the big pieces of that was capturing all of this vertical asset data, which is primarily at our treatment plant. And so we captured all that information, got all these things ready. So once implementation started, that didn't slow us down. We were able to get rolling really quickly. So I think it's a lot of pieces, but I think just the team being bought in and having the right people, the right place, right time, I think really helped get this thing done within that time span.
Well, it looks really impressive. I hope it works that way.
Thank you, Mr. Gurry. I just would like to add on to that I would agree that the biggest part of it was the team. And we've talked a lot about building our capacity. And there was a point at which we delayed, after we did our needs assessment, implementing a system and going out with the full RFP process, because we really didn't feel like, as an agency, we had the capacity to effectively implement and manage it. And we wanted to make sure that when we did it in a positive and productive way that would be successful like this. And a big part of it is standing right in front of you here. That's the building of the capacity, the people and the team, and then the support that we had from all of the divisions within the agency, that once we hit start, everybody knew what they had to do to participate during that time frame. And so that made sure that they were able to clear their schedules and prioritize the work on this so that we could most efficiently and effectively utilize the consulting resources and get it started. Now there's a long period of time as we ramp it up and we build it up. And another great question about the assets, are they really where it says, that line? And so a lot of ground truthing and looking at it and putting the data in and making corrections as we find things in the field that are not absolutely correct. And maybe I put you on the spot here and you probably can't really answer it, but any sense at this point of the accuracy of the data in our system, how good we are as far as, we say there's a sewer line segment here. What percentage of our data do you believe in at this point?
I would say about maybe 80%. I think the biggest, question, I think when it comes to data integrity, the 20% I should say, is probably a lot of the times what I've noticed is the pipes and the manholes are within private areas instead of public areas. And what I mean by that is they'll be crossing parcels. Now, it's so close to the edge of the parcel where I don't know if it's actually on that edge or if it's actually in the street in the right of way. It's really hard to say, and I think some of those things are some of the major pieces that we need to clean up. And if it truly is within those private areas or those parcels, and does it require an easement that we may not have? So, and if we do, then we need to capture that information and bring that into the GIS and show that there's an actual easement here. So those are some of the things that I think we could potentially.
Yeah, thank you. And so that it shows, well, that's really pretty good considering where we were starting from. There's still a lot of work to do to get it to be more accurate, and that's where that governance document and that process too, when we find things in the field and we find changes and things aren't where we said they were, what's that process? How does that turn into a standard operating procedure to make sure it gets updated? Because the guys actually in the field, ground truthing it, seeing it, and knowing right where it is really the only way in the end to make certain that we've got accurate data in the system.
I think I would just say that, to ground truth it, I think one of the biggest or the most accurate way of doing that is we physically go out there with our GPS equipment and physically shoot those points along the line of the pipe. And the two main points you really want to capture are the upstream manhole and the downstream manhole. Once you capture that, that usually gives you more or less the proper alignment of the pipe. And so that's one way I think we can definitely ground truth our data as we continue to build our system out.
Just to put that in a little bit of context, we've got over 6,000 lines in our system. So it'll take a little bit of time to GPS every one of them.
I would say so.
But I guess to add on to that, you did capture a lot of that data. You had it on hand, right?
Can you say that again? We did capture a lot of that.
Over time, we've captured a lot of that data, and you have it on hand.
I think we have a good amount of data, and Mohammed can speak to this more than I can. I don't know of any heavy lift that we've done in terms of GPSing our data. A lot of our data, if you look in our GIS, is line of sight. So it's someone going out and estimating where this is based on as-built plans. Not what Mohammed is talking about is geo-referencing for a GPS system, kind of like your cell phone does, which still has a margin of error. It's not going to be exactly correct. But I don't know that we've done an effort of going to the district and GPS our lines.
Yeah, no, I wasn't thinking in terms of that particular technology. Just we had to know kind of where they were all along. So we must have been able to input that as part of our implementation, right?
Yes.
We did that as part of our implementation. That probably was through our DCSE when we did the data cleanup. We've had GIS information, and we did some spot checking of information here and there to figure out how accurate it was and making corrections where we found it. But in order to go through our district and make sure everything is exactly where it says in GIS, it's a pretty huge lift. So we're within a certain margin of error, but we can't measure off of GIS and say this is 4 feet off the curve. It's absolutely going to be there every time. No.
I think, Director Weiner, you were asking, there was an existing data set, there was existing information, and we built upon that. There's a long way to go to improve its accuracy, and there were a lot of omissions and a lot of things that we would have in the past built. And as Michael mentioned, the as-builts, we do a project, but it didn't get updated in the system. And yet that information was available somewhere else in a paper file or something. And so those are the procedures, processes we want to have in place so that when those changes and those upgrades happen, they're really reflected in the system. But there was a data set from which you guys started, and now we're going to continue to refine and improve it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director Weiner. Director King Meredith, questions, comments?
Well, just a comment. I'm impressed. I remember, when you all got started, yeah, and you just really put things together. I'm really impressed with the presentation. And that's my comment. I'm just really impressed on what you all are doing and the real time with getting it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Director King Meredith.
Yes, and it'd be a lot easier to think of it if I didn't see polar bears running across the floor right now. But I'm pretty sure I see some polar bears running around here. That's my way of telling you it's very cold. It's very cold.
I echo your polar bears.
It's hard to pay attention, Mr. General Manager. Yeah, it's like I'm seeing like I don't know. I'm pretty sure I saw a penguin dancing when you were talking. It's like cold in here. I know you want our attention, but I just have a couple of questions. When you showed the change from the work orders, there were 2 screens for the regular work orders and for the CSO work orders. Are those being done on handhelds out in the field?
Yes, they are. There were iPads procured for maintenance and operations staff and CSO, so they're actually utilizing those to use CityWorks and submit work orders.
Okay. I figured as much. I just wanted you to say it so that, if anybody's listening, they know that people aren't, running back and trying to put it in a computer or balancing a computer on their lap in the truck, that they know that it's.
To make a visual contrast, I've been here almost 10 years now. When I got here, CSO would go out with a stack of folders that had their work orders in it, and now they have an iPad.
So I just wanted the public to know, where their money's going, and that people aren't trying to, balance this while they have hip boots on with, stuff that's not really nice.
I should mention that you can actually use it though on a laptop or a phone or an iPad. So,
Is what I wanted you to say. Yeah, that it's versatile in its usage. And then you mentioned about analyzing the data. Analyzing the data. And I'm looking at my notes, but you say analyzing the data. And so when you're using that, are you using it to also let you know when it's time to rotate the assets? Like to retire the assets and to buy new ones? Or how are you using that for them? I mean, I think I know the answer, but I wanted you to say it.
so that's when like preventative, right, work orders would come in?
So, So I think the way, there's no clear answer as to when you should replace your asset, but I think what this helps us understand is that it creates a system in place where we can see patterns, right? If we notice that there's a valve in the plant that we're going out every 2 weeks to look at for whatever reason, okay, is there something that we're doing wrong as staff, or is the valve just bad and we need to get rid of it and replace it with a new valve? So I think what CityWorks allows us to do is see those patterns,
The
what's
trends.
happening,
The trends analysis.
yeah,
Okay.
what are we replacing on that valve? Is it something that we need to change, or is it just a whole new replacement? I think that's what CityWorks helps us do.
So I guess I'm trying to find out what are you doing with the data in that way. I mean, so looking at the trends, and here he comes, he's gonna tell me. So looking at the trends is one thing, but then what are you gonna do with it? And then, because I'm trying to figure out when is it coming to us? So when are we gonna see it to know when we are going to be obligated for some fiduciary responsibility? And he's going to tell me right now.
Sort of. The short answer is we're developing that. So
Okay.
what we've done at this point is we've implemented the software into our agency, and our next step is to figure out exactly how we're going to use the software. So we know at our baseline work, our base work, how we're going to utilize it for our work orders, to create work orders and those sort of things. And now we're figuring out what data can we capture, and how are we going to use that data? How have we used this system traditionally in the past? How do other agencies use it? And then how do we want to use it that maybe we haven't done in the past? So looking at these trends is one of those things. Let's look at trends and figure out when something is, say, 75% through its life expectancy, it's time to start looking at putting it in our capital plan, coming to the board, getting funding, and then replacing it before it actually fails. We're not currently doing that as we just finished implementing the software, but that's, as we were talking about next steps, that's one of the next steps in our process. And once we've developed something like that, we'll definitely come back and talk to the board about it.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere. One more question. How are we, reducing the paper is wonderful. There's you're talking my language. My love language is reducing the paper. But also, how is it tying into like our sustainability efforts? Do we have a sustainability part of the master plan and the strategic plan? Is there a sustainability section in there somewhere? And if it is, can we like start calling that out when we're talking about this? That's it.
Sure.
Es todo.
Sure. I don't have a long answer, but we can definitely start calling that out.
Short answer.
Back and talk,
Yeah, short answer is good.
showing how it's connecting to sustainability.
Is all I wanted to know on that one. I think, and is the connection, you said there was a connection from the CMMS and the GIS. That picture was beautiful on how it connects. Is that posted on our website or no? Is it available to the public?
We don't have anything from our CMMS on our website, but I'll let Mohammed speak to that. Yeah, we don't have anything from our CMMS currently on our website.
Will that be on there though? Will we make it available to the
We'll have
public?
some discussions about that and figure out how much of our actual infrastructure we want to share in that way.
You don't need to share all of it, but I think that particular slide is beautiful. So give people not insight. What do you call it?
View?
Yeah, that view into what we're doing. It doesn't have to be like the whole thing, but it's a very good interior view to what we're doing with that money. And we're going from paper. I love that one image where, remember how we had all that paper in this file room, and we're going from, 1932 to this what we're doing with the money. And that kind of image is just very powerful. Just that picture of how we're moving into the future, not just with the physical plant, but with everything in the background. It's just a good image.
Sure, and I think we can develop something like that and work with Kate to get it up on our website, which isn't specific to all of our infrastructure, but definitely shows the transition that you're talking about.
Yeah, we're moving to that sustainability, and that we're moving into the future. Es todo. Thank you.
If I can go back and add just a little bit of a response to one of your previous questions about the data and the use of it, in that what we're looking at being able to do is condition-based assessment, preventative maintenance, cleaning, et cetera. And a big part of that is, well, what is the condition of the system? Which a big push, and what Michael's been doing and staff from IMP is these force main assessments, the camera work and the condition assessment within the pipes. And rather than having a system where, well, these lines, we clean them once a year, and we clean these twice a year, and et cetera, that as we gather more and more data and we generate the preventative work orders, we'll be doing it based on condition assessment. And we'll find that in an area that we've cleaned, well, these particular line segments, we don't need to come back every year. We can come back every 3 years. These line segments, we have to be in there every 6 months. And those are the kinds of things we're already doing to a certain degree, but by having the data and being able to manipulate the data quickly, we can update those preventative maintenance work orders and have the cleaning efforts being done in areas where they're needed more frequently, as opposed to just, we have to clean every pipe segment once a year, start at one end of the city, paint the bridge from one end and start at the other end, when you're often polishing pipe then. You're putting efforts into cleaning where you didn't need to. And over time, hopefully we move more and there's less cleaning and more inspecting. There's more work with the cameras, with the wind can, putting data into the system, and we can go through a lot more pipe a lot faster because we're identifying areas and we identify that they are clean. We don't need to go through there and clean them or polish them. And as well as with the GIS overlays, there's a landslide along San Pablo Dam Road right now that's creeping and potentially, going to affect our line. But those are the kinds of things that, again, intuitively we know that we have a lot of unstable slopes. We have a lot of problems within the area, within our terrain. And we want to be able to overlay those things and show here's landslide susceptibility, here's proximity to a water body, so that's higher risk, and it's in an area where it's potentially in more danger. That, even though the pipes may be clean, we'll want to inspect on a more frequent basis because it's in a higher risk area or in an area that has a greater chance for more harm if there is a failure. So all of these things can be built in and can be generated, the work orders generated much more quickly and effectively.
Interesting, thank you. All set, Director Sadif? Okay. Vice President Rentela?
I've always got questions.
Of course.
Yeah, as someone that worked in construction in a past life, I started out with dial indicators, doing pump alignments, and I know that nowadays you have Optoline and Rotoline, which are Bluetooth operated, and so, but it's a lot more expensive, like $30,000 more expensive. But my question is, how are we protecting this information, all this data?
So right now, it's set up through our Duo login, which is what we're using as an organization to log into multiple different applications like my Outlook and things like that. So it has to authenticate with our username and password before you can even get in. The other thing is that each person logging in has to have an account to be able to get in to the system. So it's an internal-based application only. There's no external capabilities for people to get into CityWorks.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic that you're taking all the information that you can what you can actually do is calculate pressures and flows and precisely put in whatever valve or gate you need. knowing those calculations. So it's a huge asset. One of the questions also was that how much have we invested so far,
Into the project,
money-wise?
off the top of my head, implementation, software licensing, probably about, yeah, 200, I believe, 200,000
Okay.
for all the different various components of the project.
And have you had any issues with some of the older employees accepting technology
I wouldn't say it's,
or adapting to it, I should say?
I would say it's not about like how long they've been here. I think it's more about something brand new because we
Right.
never had anything like this for in particular to managing our assets. And for those who did have access, there's only like maybe a couple of users who had access. So for most of the organization, it's like a brand new software to use. And I think there were some hiccups, some growing pains, learning, in the beginning. But we had a lot of training sessions. And on top of that, we even had sessions after the training sessions for those who wanted a little bit extra. So I think we spent a lot of time and effort for those who really wanted it after the fact we went live. And I think we're pretty happy to say right now that most people are pretty happy to use it. We haven't had many complaints about working within the system for whatever the work that people wanted to get done.
And are the employees allowed to take their equipment home?
That's a great question. I don't know if the managers are allowing or not allowing. I don't know if that's a.
Which equipment are we referring to? Everyone takes home
Laptop.
and can access our system through their laptops. I don't think there's anything that prevents anybody from taking their laptop home.
Okay. Thank you.
If I could, Vice President Rentila, just adding on to your first question about security of the data, Victoria mentioned this sort of really robust contract negotiation process. Part of what we did during that process was make sure that we got provisions into these contracts that cover things like intellectual property, personally identifiable information, got information about how regularly they would be backing up West County's data, cyber liability insurance into both contracts, different provisions like that, and more information about how they handle any kind of breach that might occur. So that was part of that process, was really sort of working closely to negotiate and get those more protective provisions into the Woolpert and the CityWorks contracts.
Cyber liability insurance? That sounds great. Thank you. Thank you.
What's that? Well, it's been an experience, learning about where you guys are at in the process, and I know this has streamlined the process. Could you give me just a brief summary? I don't want to hear a long dissertation, but just a brief summary.
I'm sorry, can you say that question one more time?
Streamline the process.
Streamline the process.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Of the like entire process or of the implementation?
Implementation only.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I'll just try and streamline it, but basically, after you all approve the contract for us to proceed in May of 2023, then we, the project team, Mohammed, myself, Judy, and Michael, we pretty much met with Woolpert to determine a timeline of the different stages that and different tasks that we had to accomplish to be able to complete the implementation within the 3-month phase. And so we met weekly with Woolpert, and then we also met internally, just the internal project team, to basically keep track of anything that needed to be done, any action items that Woolpert needed from us. And then we, the project team, had internal meetings with CSO, maintenance, operations, and anyone else that would be using the software every 2 weeks. And we basically, if we needed anything from them, then we would ask during those meetings, and then we'd go over what, part of the timeline we were on with Woolpert, and basically the different, anything that needed to be done and action items from them at that point. So that basically went on until about probably September. And then when, in September, as I mentioned in the presentation, there was a sandbox environment provided. And that was basically a test of the CityWorks software, and it was available to all the users to go in and just get a feel for the software before we went live in October. And then the training took place, and I think it was like the first week in October, the in-person training, so.
Is there anything else that you would need from the board of directors to make this process better, or is it too early for you to determine that, or?
Can you think of anything right now?
I think once we get a better handle of the data and what are we actually collecting and seeing what's available, then I think seeing us in terms of the data and how you want to see it, I think maybe that will be a potential next step, because there's a lot of data we're collecting. And of course, putting it all on one screen like you guys all saw earlier would be very difficult. So we have to be very creative in how we create these dashboards and what kind of information we want to share on these dashboards. I think will be a very important step. And who do we create? Because we can create multiple dashboards, and those dashboards can have various forms of information on there. So we might be able to create a dashboard for like staff versus leadership versus the board of directors. So all these things are some things that we can talk about as we proceed forward in this step of sharing information.
I can add a little bit to that. The streamlining and what Victoria explained, also what Mohammed mentioned earlier, in that a lot of the work that was done prior to the actual implementation of getting the data together, asset registries, a lot of other work to get it so that when we started to implement and had all hands on it at the same time, that a lot of that prep work, putting the GIS platform in place, we stalled the actual implementation of CMMS until we were certain we had a platform that could support that, and that would be the basis from which it all worked. And then making sure that there was the support of the consultant, Woolpert. We didn't just go with CityWorks and have the vendor support us through this. The board approved and allowed us to hire some additional services through Woolpert that helped us in that, what they call their rapid ready. But for that to work effectively, they had to lay the groundwork, as they did with a lot of the work prior to that, so that it could be effective. And then the one other thing, and I mean this in all seriousness, not being a smart aleck, is a little bit of patience as we work through this and collect. We can start to generate information that's usable and productive for the board to review. Because it's going to take us a little while. This next phase will be a while as we really start to utilize the system, find out how we can effectively collect out on data and accurately update ground truth things in the field, et cetera.
Well, that's an important point that you're making, because, because you started so quickly and everything.
We did this part really fast. The next part,
keep going. And
Exactly.
So it's nice to know that, it's a process and it's going to take time. So we appreciate that explanation and thank you for all the work you've done. And I truly appreciate all the effort, and I'm sure the board does as well. Thank you. Any further questions from any board member? If not, then I guess this was just an informational
Yes. Yeah.
item.
No action was required, just information.
All right.
As we move on to the next item, and that is, next on the agenda is regular calendar item number 5, to discuss and approve criteria and a process for board proclamations. Madam Clerk, have we received any public comments or requests to speak on this item?
We have not. If anyone wishes to speak on item 5, please approach the podium or raise your hand in Zoom. Seeing none, we have no public comments.
Thank you. And at this time, District Clerk Robin Johnson will introduce the item, and then it'll be turned over to President Alvarado to facilitate the board discussion.
So staff is bringing this item to the board to seek its direction regarding proclamations for agenda management purposes and to prepare them in a timely manner. The staff report included a list of proclamations broken into categories to facilitate this discussion: water industry and water professional, environmental, heritage and human rights, observed holidays, and other. The staff report also included some recommendations the board may consider. And I will point out before I turn it over that in addition to the awareness days and months recognized by board proclamations, awareness days and months will continue to be featured in the drop on social media platforms, and we will, as in staff, and sometimes the board will participate in staff and community engagement activities. So President Alvarado, I can bring up, we do have the list and the recommendations if you want those brought up at any time.
Sure, why don't you do that?
Okay. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. Did you want to see the list? The list first, or?
Okay, I guess the next page.
Next.
All right, everyone got a copy of this. And I guess they're broken down here, correct?
Into categories.
And they're broken down by months.
And months, yes.
That is correct. And basically, this is the process that we've been using, correct?
We don't have.
You don't really have a process, do
And
you?
that's what we're
I think
seeking.
that's why I
We're
brought this
seeking-
up.
Yeah, we're seeking a criterion process so that basically what we would like is a list for the year, is that we can work from, and it would just facilitate better organization and preparation.
So what would you like for the board members to do? Would you like us to approve this list, or?
No, so maybe it'll be easier if we go to the recommendations.
Okay, yeah.
So we can discuss
That'd
the
probably be
approach.
best.
That's the last slide. Okay, so these were the recommendations that were included in the staff report, and of course, the board can come up with additional ones, but this is just to start the conversation.
I think that's the piece that I was missing in my report.
Okay. So the first one is that at the request of the majority of the board will consider special and ceremonial proclamations such as those recognizing public official and other retirements and public agency anniversaries. So that's a more narrow criteria than what we've been doing, okay? Then number two is the board will consider awareness proclamations that align with WCW's mission and with regard to the categories that would fit into water industry and water professional and environmental categories in attachment A. So that's the first two categories. Number three, the board will consider additional awareness proclamations selected from attachment A. And so this was made so that the board could easily move categories into its criteria.
Okay.
And so what Robin's laid out is that, what is the criteria that the board wants to use? What types of proclamations do you want to have? How many of them? The list that she provided was not a recommendation, but merely an example of many of them that are in these variety of categories.
Right.
And if we're aware of standard ones that the board wants to do or selects and says, this is what we want to see proclamations on for the year, it'll be far easier and more effective for the board clerk to be able to prepare those in a timely manner. There will be other things that will come up, obviously, and there's a process, and the board can certainly add things, and we go through that process. But it was trying to identify that, because there was no set pattern or set process or a criteria by which, as we discussed with you, President Alvarado, and you had expressed some interest in trying to identify it in some manner that showed that, well, there's these types of proclamations, there's this type, which ones do we want to keep as permanent, and which ones would we want to have a discussion about if something comes up.
Right.
And so that the recommendation is a process recommendation. The list is not a recommendation.
Okay.
It's a series of examples. And as you can see, as you go down that, it just begs the question, there could be all kinds of more. And so what is it that the board wants to do?
And I think we're gonna let the board members individually comment on what they feel we need to do on this subject. And this is why I brought this up, because we don't really have a process. So let's start with Director Weiner, and then we'll work our way down.
I didn't understand the assignment, and so I didn't go over the list to decide which I would bring in and which I didn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't. The list of kinds of proclamations or recognitions, I thought the 3 listing were just a descriptor. I didn't realize there were like a way of separating out what kind of proclamations we wanted. So I think all of them are valid, particularly noticing when a member of the community has passed or a special holiday is at hand. I believe those are good things. I wish I would have put more time into it. So I don't have much to say about it. This is what I thought. That whatever proclamations that we do select, we don't modify them annually. We pick ones that we're going to do annually, and then, like, for example, Juneteenth, the proclamation wouldn't probably change much from year to year. So in order to, we would just, pick a list, and then once we did a proclamation, we wouldn't spend a lot of time redoing it unless someone, saw we were doing a proclamation. It was presented in the agenda and had some edits we could do. Catch as catch can, but that would save a lot of effort and time. I also thought, do we just present them in the agenda, or should we have like a ceremonial reading of them at some point in the agenda? In other words, have a standard place that we'd put the reading in the agenda. I'm not recommending, I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas because, again, I really didn't get my assignment. I didn't understand the assignment. And that's the notes I took before I came.
And this doesn't have to be done tonight. We can always, just get everybody's thoughts tonight and bring it back later on. So, Director King Meredith.
Thank you, President Alvarado. I thought this was a very healthy list, and you did a wonderful job. Under the heritage and the human rights, I would just like to see under that for June, where it says Pride Month, to actually add Juneteenth there. That was the only one that I saw that was wasn't really noticed because it is a holiday now. But everything else, fell in place. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts. Director Sadif?
Thank you, Ms. Director King Meredith, because that was one that I saw that was missing, was Juneteenth. Because it is a holiday. But more than that, there's some other ones that could go on here, but without going into that, I do think that there are occasions when the proclamations should be read aloud in the meeting rather than just stuck to the agenda. We used to do that and not just put them in the agenda and move on. In particular, I am sad that we don't have something for the former mayor, Irma Anderson, attached to our agenda today, and that we don't have something where we are, resolution or something. The work that she did in in public health, the MTC, and who is in the environment. And we should have something. As the mayor of the city, the former mayor of the city, and the work that she did, we should have something, recognizing that. And those are things, when something like that happens, those are things that should be read aloud. First Black woman elected to the city council, first Black woman elected to a major city in Richmond. So those are things and not just in Richmond, in the entire state of California, first major city in California. So I think that what I would like to see is when we say something special or ceremonial, that when we're recognizing public officials, that those are things that are read aloud and not just attached to the agenda and put away. We have done that in the past. We have recognized smaller things. So I think that when it's something that is extraordinary, it needs to be brought to the attention and brought to the forefront. Es todo.
And that's actually a really good example of, that would not be one that would be a regular list that we could project out and say in June of so-and-so. But when they happen, what does that process look like to bring it to the board, to put it on the agenda? I think that my preference would be if the board member identifies something, that they'd bring it to the attention of the board president, and that can then consultation with the general manager. I think that staff can identify some that we might see and bring it to the attention of the board president ourselves, but I would really appreciate the board themselves identifying most of those ones. That is one of the biggest things that the board does, is represents the community, is engaged with the community, and knows, hey, here's a person that we want to make sure for whatever reason. And this is a really good example of that.
Okay, so what is the process? I mean, because we're walking a really tight line between, whether we send it to the president, we send it to you, and you send it to the president, because before we were told to send it to the general manager or the general counsel, and you guys would manage that process. So I think we need to make sure of what we're going to do, because we're walking a really tight line between, serial communications, Brown Act, or what are we going to do? So if that is what we're going to do, then we'll do that, because I know I sent it to you and just to make sure you knew, and that you could make sure that, whoever needed to know on the board, or you could talk to President Alvarado and Robin and Ms. Robin and Ms. Kate and whoever else needed to know. But if we're going to do something different, I think we need to be told that right now.
Well, I'm not in a position where I'm trying to tell.
No,
I'm
not
asking.
you, Andrew. I know, I'm saying right now, us, we need to make sure
Well,
we know.
I think that is the reason why we're discussing it tonight. And the suggestion by the general manager that if a board member does have something special they want to put on the agenda, I think by informing the president would be probably the best avenue and the quickest to get on the agenda. And I don't think it'd be considered a serial meeting, because it's only one board member telling another board member.
That's if it doesn't get around.
Right,
And the
right.
problem we had in the past is that it was. It
Well,
was.
that's why we're discussing it.
I know,
That's
and
why we're talking
that's
about
my
it now.
point. This is why I'm asking that,
Yeah.
Mr. Alvarado. I'm asking you that because I said before we were told something different. So we just need to clear it up right now
And
on how we're going to handle it.
I really have no idea what was told before, and that was part of what Robin is pointing out, and much like we talked about with CMMS earlier, is there was no documentation of the process or procedure.
Right.
And so we're trying to do that so that the clerk has time to prepare a lot of the routine ones and the ones that we know the board wants, so they can be done well ahead of time, so that when we do have something that needs to be done on a more urgent matter, that can happen, because we've taken care of the other items when we had time to. And in the particular case that you just mentioned, Director Sudduth, I could say, well, that might be a case where I fell down, because I did get the information and made sure I shared that with the rest of the board, but I did not take that and say, Robin and I should make sure there's a proclamation that goes to the board on the next agenda.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm suggesting that, at the board direction, and we know there's a process for putting things on the agenda, and that's that the president can put them on the agenda in consultation. It could be that we say, no, bring it to the attention of the general manager, and then I will take it to the board president. I'm okay either way. Feedback from the board when you guys have something that you feel that you want to have on there as a proclamation, because for the most part, those really are going to be decisions of the board and the board president as opposed to the general manager.
If I could just add, just to be consistent with our policies, it's probably best that if we're getting individual directors making requests for future agenda items like a proclamation, that it goes to the general manager and we'll just follow that process, and the
That's what
general
we
manager
said.
sets the agenda in
Yeah,
consultation.
that's what we said we would do. So I just want to know if
Well,
we're gonna,
it's-
so can we just say it one more time what we're going to do so that that doesn't change?
Yeah,
So can you just tell us what we're going to do so I know and all of us know? So we're going to give it to the general manager and he will consult with the president and figure it out like we did before. Yes or no?
That's fine. That is not what I said earlier. I essentially misspoke or perhaps created a problem. But I would ask then when that does, if that's the intent, that the board member let me know that that's what the intent is.
It's fine.
Because I may not, it might be
That-
information or it might be, and because we want to be, what we're trying to do here is we want to be able to be responsive and do things in a timely manner.
Absolutely.
And want to be able to streamline the process too, find out how we're going to do this.
Yeah, and,
That's why it's on here for discussion. So this is all healthy conversation.
But I only brought it up as an example because I do think it's important.
Yep. Much appreciated.
Thanks.
I've heard that, and I know the timeliness of it might not be as great, but in consultation with the president, I can talk about the next agenda. I think that's one we can put on there.
Okay. Director Sutter, you complete? Vice President Rentila?
Yes, I've got a few questions. I was wondering if we can put something in policy in writing for future directors so they know how to move forward with putting a proclamation on it and maybe removing a proclamation. Because for me, I see a few here and I'm just curious how they're relevant to West County wastewater.
That's another reason we're discussing
That's
it.
exactly what this discussion is about, is so that
So speak up.
Right? I mean,
we want to have some guidance, and we'll have a general process. And part of that process is, are there regular items that we can project out over the course of the year? And what Robin did is put some into categories to facilitate that based on some feedback and input from President Alvarado, where he asked that, could we have some criteria? Because we don't really see, where is this proclamation? Is it relevant to our mission and what we do as a wastewater district? Or is it then the ones like Director Wiener said, members of the community? That certainly is relevant, but we may not always know which member of the community at what time. That's where I'm looking for input and feedback from the board. That will be a process we want to establish and say here how we would do that. And then there's a whole list on there that, like I said, are not recommendations, but they were examples. And you can see once you start saying, well, I want to honor Italian American month, and then it's like, but then there's Irish heritage, and then there's, which ones,
forget the
where
Finns.
where does it stop? And I don't want that to be a staff decision on that. That's something I want the input and the feedback from the board, because there's certainly some that you want to do, and then it becomes a case of omission, where now people are upset because they were omitted as opposed to appreciate that they were included. And that's when it came back again to President Alvarado, where he said, can we have some type of criteria, and wanted to have that discussion with the whole board and not just have he making those decisions in consultation with me, but with direction from the board on what they think is of interest and what we'll put on there as a routine one that we can automatically do. And then we can always go through the full agenda process that's laid out in the in the rules and procedures. That takes longer. And that's why on the, the person, people in the community, when something happens that's unexpected or abrupt, the fastest way has always been, talk to the general manager, and then we can see if we can get something on there. But we'll document that.
I agree with Director Sudduth 100%, 1,000% about our former mayor, Irma Anderson, and I believe that she should be put in February during Black History Month, and she should be honored. But I also have a question about how much time and energy and what is the cost associated with all these proclamations for the district?
Yeah, I don't have a specific number for that, but that is a part of this, absolutely. And if we have a standardized process where we know certain ones that are coming, then it's a lot easier to pull that together, and Robin can do that in a timely manner. But, to say exactly how much, we could figure that out and come back with some kind of a level of effort that's involved. But I think that it's not significant enough that that we can't do it, but it is certainly something that I would like the board to consider when you're looking at these, that, how overwhelming do we want this to be? How many do we want? And what's, again, the criteria for determining the universe of them?
Thank you.
So it's very clear from the conversation that we're having this evening that we're not going to resolve this tonight.
Well, what I'd ask then is Robin, you've got, the next meeting in months, and we can't, set the agenda here.
Right.
And you and I will talk later, but there are some that appear pretty clear that we think are standard that the board would like to see. And so we could talk to you about that, President Alvarado, at least for
Correct.
the next meeting or two, until, we
Until
have
we
further
resolve it.
discussion
Yeah.
and come up with this.
And we'll just keep of this.
I do have a question, though. Would we have to make a motion tonight, or can we make a motion to have Irma Anderson put on this?
You potentially could, but I don't think that that's necessary. Yeah, I don't think it's necessary. I mean, I've heard it, and I, have that information, and I can discuss with the board president. So we can have that on the agenda.
Yes, Director Weiner.
I think I was,
But I feel very strongly that it should be a resolution from the board. And and I get it, that it takes time and effort and money and all of that. But part of the reason why, we are on this board and we have certain talents and skills, and the general counsel can correct me if I am out of line, but, I'm in the process of writing another resolution for another body for this reason. We are writing these resolutions in different capacities for around town. And so, I know Ms. Irma personally. She's family to me. And so I can write this resolution. It doesn't take that much. But I would like for this board to consider doing that. And I don't want that to be the reason it does not get done, and it does not get done timely. Her memorial is next Friday morning on the 16th, and we do not meet before then. And so I just feel very strongly that we need to take action and not be sitting waiting for another conversation about this. There's some things that we move on, and if we have to write it ourselves, which I'm willing to do, I'm willing to do that, and then pass it on for this board to consider and sign off on, which is what we have done before. This is not a new thing. So, Madam General Counsel, you can tell me if that is out of line. And if it is, it is. But I do believe that we can get this done in a timely way and make it happen and have it presented at her memorial next week.
I concur.
I don't think I'm clear on what you're asking then. You're saying don't
I'm
wait?
asking the board.
Okay.
I'm asking the board to support just doing the resolution. I'm willing to write it and the board sign off on it, but I do believe it needs to be presented next Friday. We don't need to wait.
So you're referring then, just for clarity for my own purposes here too, we have a meeting, but you're talking about having a resolution that's available and prepared on behalf of the board.
So the issue that I think we have is that this is an action on an item that wasn't agendized, and so I don't think that we have the space tonight to act on this. I think that we can bring this item back for board's consideration at the next meeting, but we are the board voting now, I think, on a item that wasn't agendized, I don't think would be appropriate.
Yes.
Question?
I tend to agree with counsel. This item is not on the agenda, so I think by us voting on something that's not on the agenda would not be legal.
I didn't ask you to vote on it. I said something else, but you have a hand.
What is the advisability of taking the pulse of or passing around a document via email that all the board members can comment on? Is that non-Brown Act?
That would very likely be a Brown Act issue.
All right, but that wasn't my original, thinking. Regarding the lists and the discussion that we just had, would the president accept email suggestions from the individual board members prior to revisiting this again and maybe having like all the suggestions before us, and then we could discuss them at a future meeting?
Yes, except I would ask that you send those to Robin,
Yeah.
and that way they can be
Yeah, 'cause if they
consolidated.
come to me, it'll be a Brown Act.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said.
Send that to Robin, to the clerk.
To Robin,
And
all
then-
right.
Then we can consolidate them as staff with the recommendations and then put something together for the board to say, based on input that we've received, here are some recommendations and here are some ways that's been winnowed down or added to or whatever the case.
Yeah, I didn't come prepared to
No. we
make
just-
the decisions, and so I thought, well, I can work on it later. And yeah, I'll send them to Robin. Thank you.
Yes. Vice President Rentila.
I have a question for council, and my question is there a way that we can have Director Sudeth write a proclamation on behalf of the Waste County Board that wouldn't violate the Brown Act?
I think the best way to do it would be to bring it back for the next meeting.
No, before the next meeting.
I don't think that there's a way to do that. The board would be acting on an item that isn't on the agenda tonight, and we'd be getting into a substantive discussion about it, and that would be a
So
problem.
could she?
Which we've already gotten into, by the way.
We're already sort of crossing,
Skating
we're
this-
starting to
yeah.
sort of have a more substantive discussion about it. And so my recommendation would be bringing it back for the next meeting.
But would she be able to read something off at the Celebration of Life next Friday with our names on it, without saying that we're West County wastewater directors?
I don't think you could do it with all of the names on it, but certainly as
individuals we could, right?
As an individual director. But
It's fine.
we can't have a resolution passed
It's fine.
in that timely manner,
As a citizen, you can.
It's fine.
or even as an individual.
Because I intend to be there as well. Ahmad is a friend of
I'm
mine.
trying to figure out. Me,
Thank you.
All right.
had a,
All right, so I guess we're going to bring this back for the next meeting.
I had some,
Got a
yes,
question,
me.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, that's okay.
Director King Meredith, didn't
I was
see you.
just waving. So for me to understand what we're doing right now, there will not be, there's not time enough to have a resolution for the Celebration for Life for next week, representing wastewater at this point. Okay, so this is what I'm hearing, okay? So with that, once we convene back and have it on agenda item and discuss it, something could be prepared and will be given to the family at a later date?
That is
Is this what I'm
correct.
hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
We
All right.
certainly it's a matter of the Brown Act date, so it's not the time to prepare the resolution, although, as Director Suddeth mentioned, drafting it, that's also greatly appreciated. If you have any of these in the future, you know, a draft from board member to Robin as a starting point would be greatly appreciated on items and topics of which you have much more knowledge and information.
Yeah, we're not, it's going to get done. It just can't get voted on tonight, unfortunately.
So I know the ladies to my left are going to be, the directors to my left are going to be there. I plan on being there. Ahmad is a friend of mine. So that shouldn't constitute a Brown Act violation because we're not going to be discussing business there.
correct.
So I just want to clarify that for anybody watching or listening.
Sure, and as individual board members, you can speak and say something, but there can't be something on behalf of the board as a whole, because it has not been
Understood.
agendized and voted.
All right, are we clear on that? Everyone good with that? All right, so we're not going to take any action on this item until the next meeting. It'll be on the agenda, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's move on. Next item, please.
Next on the agenda is regular calendar item number 6, to consider making a nomination for a special district regular seat on the Contra Costa Local Agency Formation Commission, LAFCO. Madam Clerk, have we received any public comments or requests to speak on this item?
We have not. If anyone wishes to speak on item 6, please raise your hand in Zoom or approach the podium. Seeing none, we have no public comments.
Thank you. On January 16, 2024, the LAFCO called for nominations for a Contra Costa LAFCO Special District regular seat. The seat is currently held by Michael Gill with Central Contra Costa Sanitary District, and he will seek reappointment. A candidate must be nominated by a special district board resolution and must be a board member trustee of an independent special district. If the board decides it will nominate a candidate, the resolution will be brought to the board naming that person at the February 21st, 2024 regular meeting.
All right, so is there somebody that they are recommending that we nominate?
No, this is if the board, if you as a board decide that you wanted to have
Okay.
someone nominated.
All right, so we'll start with Director Weiner. Do you have any person that you'd like to nominate for this?
Yes, I'd like to nominate, I'd like to move that the board consider approving a resolution of nomination of Michael McGill.
Is there a second? Would everyone like to second Director Weiner's
Yes.
recommendation?
I'll second.
We have clarification here. What was mentioned is Michael currently holds the seat and he will seek reappointment. The question right now, if the board, I guess if you wanted to say the board wanted to support him in that position, that would be fine. But the question that we were asking here was, do you want any member of this board
this
to be
board.
nominated to run for that seat? Also
Gotcha.
knowing that this individual, which is why we provide the information, is going to be seeking reappointment. But you would be running against however many other people would be nominated
All
for the
right, well, thanks
position.
for that clarification. Director Weiner?
Well, I'm not sure that I mean, I don't particularly want to run for LAFCO, and I don't have a recommendation of a member of the board,
Okay,
but I do support Michael McGill.
okay. And we'll get back to that in a minute.
Okay.
Director King Meredith? No? Director Zuliff?
No.
No.
And me, no. So, once again, we'll take the motion by Director Reiner, correct? Which is to support the,
So the board doesn't need to take a motion to do that. We
No.
will simply take no action on this item.
okay, so no action. I like that even better. Okay,
Can I?
yes, Director Reiner.
Yes. In order for, let's see, I think I wanted to approve a resolution. I think that was part of what they asked for in the documentation. Was a
LAFCO?
resolution supporting a nomination.
They were looking for nominations from special districts.
And I believe the way they phrased it was a resolution of nomination. And so that's what I made. That's what I'm moving, that we do a resolution of a nomination of Michael McGill.
I think that that would fall to his own agency and his own board, that this is just a question of whether or not West County wants to put forward any nominees to join in contention. And that's the item, as I understand it from LAFCO. It's not to support Michael McGill, it's to effectively put up another candidate. So that's the item, as I understand it.
Okay. I'll have to clarify that with Mr. McGill.
All right, so we're clear on that?
There is a part where other agencies will back the LAFCO candidate, where we write a letter on our letterhead. In the past, that's what we've done. I'm not sure that's what, I mean, I don't know if that's at this stage, because there is a deadline for that, where we write a resolution in support of the candidate. And I believe that's what he's referring to. We've done that in the past
I know
for
we've done that in the
candidates for
past, for sure.
The
LAFCO.
support-
But there's it's a support letter for the candidate if we don't have a candidate of our own. And, but there's a deadline for that, and I'm not clear that that's what this one is asking for.
No,
So
this one is
this
in
one is asking for if we have a candidate, but,
Correct.
because those are two separate things.
That's
But
correct.
That's just, for clarification purposes, there's one where they ask for, where Director McGill from Steech Sanitary, just for the audience to know, ask for us, because he told me about it at a conference, asked for us, he told me that he was going to be sending something to the district, and for us to write a resolution on his behalf. I don't know if that ever occurred. I don't know if we ever received that.
No, and so I will contact LAFCO and get clarification regarding that. We have time, the nomination deadline is March 11, so I have time to find out that information, and if we need to bring something back next week, we can do that.
It would have not come from LAFCO, it would have come from, I believe it would have come from Director McGill and Steech Sanitary.
I'm familiar with what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking
I do,
about?
I
Yes.
haven't seen such.
Yeah. For us to include in our packet to LAFCO. It would not have come from LAFCO. And then LAFCO asked us separately, so they're two separate processes, just for clarification.
I think Mr. McGill is from Central San.
My error, you're correct, Central Sanitation. So it would have come from Mr. McGill, though.
So we
Because
have
he
not
did say
received
he
that
was
yet.
going to, he did say he was sending something to us
Okay.
when I saw him last week.
As of right now, we haven't received that?
Have not, I know it's just like a,
So what this is just LAFCO is calling for nominations. This board chooses not to put forth a nominee, but it sounds like there's interest in us potentially supporting one of the candidates who is nominated. We already know that he is choosing to seek reappointment.
Right.
So we can bring back an item that asks the board if they would like to have a letter of support. And that, I believe, is what Director Weiner is asking. And that, just like if we had a nomination, we could come back with. But we didn't, that's not what this was calling for. This was calling for the nomination.
So as
So
of, as of right now, we have no letter from the gentleman asking for
Well,
our support,
You know,
correct?
You wouldn't have to have one. If the board wanted to support a nominee, you don't have
Okay.
to wait for him to ask you.
Okay, but
I
we
mean,
can't do that tonight, right? Because it's not
No,
on the
because that's
agenda.
not on the agenda.
Okay.
You chose not to put any of your names up, but if you would like to support one of the nominees,
So we
then
can possibly do that at the next
Correct.
meeting by agendizing it,
That's correct.
correct? Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on. Next item, please.
Next on the agenda is regular calendar item 7, to review and take possible action on the censure of Director Harry Weiner. Madam Clerk, have we received any public comments or requests to speak on this item?
We have. So we've received a written comment, and it looks like I have a raised hand in Zoom. So before I read the first comment to the record, I'm gonna take the comment of the person in Zoom, so. Amila E.
Hello.
Okay, just give me a second. I'm gonna set a timer and let you know when your time starts to speak. You'll have 3 minutes. Okay, your time begins now.
Greetings to you all. My name is Amila Elamine, and I'm a community member. And I just want to express the importance of ethics, integrity, and accountability of all elected officials. We all know that adhering to and exhibiting strong ethics by all elected officials is imperative to us having equity amongst elected officials and in our communities, that in the communities that the officials serve. So we just ask that you take this into consideration as you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just checking for other hands, and if anybody in the audience wishes to speak, you may do so now.
Good evening, all. My name is Joey Smith, and I am a resident of Richmond. The statements just made are what one would hope that elected officials would abide by. Ethics, integrity, respect, teamwork. What are the values of this board? If you have any specific ideals of how to interact with each other, how to treat each other with the respect that's due to each and every one of you, then use those as a basis of making your decisions on this and any other decision that you come to as a board. I serve on several boards throughout Contra Costa and Alameda counties. We have an agreement and an understanding as to what's acceptable and what is not. And we write it down, because sometimes common sense and manners do not translate among people who maybe grew up in different areas or in different communities, or just period, not understanding who it is that you're working with. How in the world are you gonna get any work done well if you're not respecting each other? If you're not taking into consideration the other person's experiences? What has been going on here has been going on too long, and changes need to be made. And if the people who are the decision makers are not guiding and spearheading the changes, then something needs to happen. A change is needed, a positive change. I hope that you all are up for ensuring that what is right and best for the people you serve and for the people who work here comes to the front. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I'll read the written comment into the record.
You know what? Before you do that, could we take a 5-minute recess? Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Bathroom.
Mike's on.
Yeah.
Air conditioning. It's cold. Look, the air is coming down. I can feel the air coming down. Hands are cold, nose cold. Freezing. Oh, Ooh. Right. Yeah. And plus it has a little thing in the box. Unmute. They can unmute and disturb.
Yes. Yes, thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
No, everything got on is tomatoes. Start now, okay. Has a little tomato, you probably can't. You have to touch. Hi Jody, how are you?
I'm good. Hey. Tomato juice.
Is it? You want one? I can have quesadilla. One? It's chicken? You chicken? No? I'm pescatarian, but I'm definitely allergic to peanut. It's not that I don't like my skin breaking out and being itchy. I did that years ago. I was allergic to
Eddie Murphy for Hitch. No, that's Will Smith for Hitch. Eddie Murphy for
Oh, Norbit?
allergic reaction. Oh.
Bring one by Freddie's house. Bring one by. You didn't recognize Naomi? You didn't recognize Naomi?
I haven't seen her in a long time.
She slowed down a lot.
When I say a long time, a long time. I haven't seen her in about 5 years. I know, I hadn't seen. Well, I didn't see her. I didn't see her to talk to her. I haven't seen Miss Norman. I haven't seen her to talk to her in a long time. I used to see her, you know, when we would have our meetings. Where was she sitting? Near the door? Or where they were serving the food? And she's so quiet now, you know.
So how do you know Rita? How do you know Rita?
I met Rita. Go drink them. When we would work with neighborhood council, you know, when we had our meetings, when we really had a lot of meetings going on.
Graduated the same year though, right?
I don't think so.
71?
I'm 70.
Yeah. But she went to Cornell.
Oh, I went to Richmond.
Yeah, me too.
I've been doing, you know, working with neighborhood council for the last 10 years. I got help yesterday.
She was normal. They were working her.
And I usually stay over, but I say, you know, the rain and stuff, I left. I was tired. And I used to stay over an hour.
Okay, I'm calling the meeting back to order. It's 8:32, and let's continue.
So before I read that comment into the record, we do have another hand. For guest ending in 4, or phone number ending in 16, your mic is unmuted. Guest ending in phone number 16 or 416.
Thank you for
Yes.
recognizing me.
Your
My
time,
name is Amatola.
your time starts now.
Oh, okay, thank you. Speaking to item number 7, and I would just like to make a general comment that we are in a time, unfortunately, in our country when there is a lot of animus in the political arena. And I would just like to remind the board members that you really present a wonderful reflection of your community when you can work and carry out the work of the people that you represent in a civil manner, even though you may not share the same opinions. As the previous speaker said, it is so important for us to demonstrate mutual respect and civility with those that we have to work with in trying to sometimes deal with difficult situations. And although we may not always agree with one another, we should all take the higher ground and respect the oaths that we have taken for the offices that we hold and to carry out the work that the people have chosen us for in a dignified manner and to exhibit the best of integrity and moral character in all that we do. So thank you for this moment to make that public comment. And I hope that 2024 will be a very productive year for this board. Thank you.
Speaker, would you mind sharing your name again for the record?
My name is Amatullah. You spell that Amatullah, and the last name is Alaji Sabri, Alaji hyphen S like Sam, Abrie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'll now read that written comment into record. Board of Directors, I am writing in support of the urgent need for the continuing censure of Director Harry Weiner. The many issues and varied unethical behavior of Director Weiner has been a concern of the community throughout his term, and his lack of remorse for the harm he has caused makes it all the more troubling to consider lifting the terms of the censure. His blatant and unacceptable disregard for Director Sudduth while she served as chair, and his ongoing open disrespect of both Director Sudduth and Director King Meredith during meetings contradicts the district's proclaimed commitment to a hostile-free environment free of racism, sexism, xenophobia, and discrimination. Director Rayner continues to exhibit on camera these very behaviors that form the basis for much of the censure. Again, his repeated lack of awareness and stated refusal to acknowledge the harm he has caused, the wrongs he has done, and issue a true apology should invalidate consideration for rescinding the censure. Thank you, Champagne Brown. That's the end of the comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I'll turn it over to President Alvarado to lead the discussion.
So, on September 15, 2021, the board adopted the first censure order censuring the recommendation for inappropriate conduct and violating district policies. On June 22nd, 2022, the board adopted a second resolution censuring Director Weiner and imposing 6 elements of censure. The board amended the censure resolution twice to allow Director Weiner to speak with certain staff as part of a tour of the treatment plant and to prevent Director Weiner to speak with the general manager and the acting general manager. The board most recently considered the censure of Director Weiner on October 18th of last year. At that time, the board lifted 2 elements of the censure to allow Director Weiner to communicate with staff consistent with the board policies and procedures to formally remove the censure element related to participating in employment-related decisions concerning the former general manager, which was effectively moot. The board also agreed to reconsider the censure resolution in approximately 90 days. Tonight, the board may consider whether to maintain, modify, or eliminate the individual elements of the censure. Alternatively, the board may consider rescinding or maintaining the censure entirely. The remaining elements of the censure are described in the staff report and include a prohibition on serving on any standing or ad hoc committee, a prohibition on representing West County at outside entities, a prohibition on making public statements on behalf of West County, and a prohibition on holding the positions of president or vice president. The censure also includes penalties if the censure is violated, which the board has never had to impose. Before we begin to consider individual elements of the censure or any motions, I'd like to ask if the directors have any preliminary comments. And I'm going to start with Director Weiner.
District 4 voters should have full board representation by their elected representative. I have made public my response to all of the censures listed in the staff report and recommend them to anyone.
Is your mic on? Why don't you start again?
I will. Thank you. District 4 voters should have full board representation by their elected representatives. I have made public my response to all of the censures listed in the staff report and recommend them to anyone interested. Today, I would like to add an apology to those who were offended by the strong language in a video I showed to the Infrastructure, Operations, and Environment Committee regarding global warming. I did not consider that anyone would find offense. I was inconsiderate. I will be more careful in the future. The staff report is a fair representation of the issues before the board. I respectfully request that the board lift my censure completely.
You done?
That's it.
Okay. Director King Meredith?
Thank you, President Alvarado. Just listening to Director Weiner, and as he read his apologetic statement at this point, I would like to go further into discussion before any decision is being made on my part. So right now, I would just like to stop at this point until further conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Suttoff?
My mother used to tell me, take 10 seconds before you speak, so that was my 10 seconds. Similar to Director King Meredith, I'm going to reserve some of my comments till after I hear what's about to happen when the two of you speak, because I grew up in Missouri, so I can see a tornado coming. I find it incredulous that Director Weiner sat here October 18, 2023, and vehemently declared, ranted even, that he would never apologize. Ranted, degraded both Director King Meredith and myself when I sat in that chair as the chair of this board, and said he would never apologize because he didn't think he did anything wrong. I didn't see any problem. And he used language, again, that demonstrated his misogyny, tainted with the same type of racism and discrimination for the reason he was censured. I find it incredulous that now that there are two men who look incredibly like him, who are at the front of asking for the same thing, that all of a sudden, as long as they don't look like Director King Meredith and myself, that honestly, he has found the ability to apologize. Hell has frozen over.
Thank you. Vice President Rentila?
Yes, I did hear an apology, and I can't begin to express the anger and hurt that Director Sudduth and Director Annie King Meredith may have felt or feel today. But I have not seen anything since I've been here to show me that we should continue with the censure. And so therefore, I ask that we move the item.
Thank you. Director Weiner has been censured now for over 2 years. He also received further sanctions about 1.5 years ago. And I too have been disturbed by his behavior and by his comments. I'm very glad to hear this evening that he has apologized for some of his actions. So, I think we should go ahead and read each individual part of the censure and vote on each item individually. I'm going to ask Counsel, is that appropriate to do?
So just to clarify, Vice President Rutila moved the item. There isn't a recommendation here, so I don't think there is an item on the table. So if there is a motion, you could consider motions, or you could start proceeding through each of the censure elements here and consider if the board would like to take action on any of them.
Okay. So I don't think he's going to get it. I don't think anyone's going to second him, or it's
My question would be, it's not clear what the motion was.
My motion is to make the board whole and remove the censure and move forward.
I would like to second that.
We have a motion, a second.
okay. So, Madam Clerk, please. I'm sorry, discussion. Go ahead.
These were Robert's rules come in, knowing the rules.
Dr. King Meredith?
Thank you. I was just wanted to make sure that I was on task. From me hearing this motion that has been put out and to have a second, and now we're at a discussion. What I'm hearing that and correct me if I'm wrong, what Director Ventila is asking for all of the censors to be removed instead of going one by one. I am in favor of one by one, because we still have some outstanding business that has to be taken care of. And I am not in favor to lift all at one time.
Thank
So
you.
this is my comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Suttoff?
First of all, let me just be clear. Director Matila, you've been here all of a year, and you say because you have not experienced any of that, you have that luxury, right? You have that luxury of saying that. You don't get to put that on all of us because it has not been my experience. And it is offensive for you to say that. It's offensive for you to say that. He didn't send anybody to sit outside your home to stalk you.
It was not in the papers.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. He didn't sit here on camera and berate you for 3 years. It's on camera. So if you didn't take the time to look and do your due diligence, that's your fault.
You don't need to raise your voice.
That's your fault.
You got the wrong
That's
one for that.
your fault. You got the wrong one because you're the one who just said you didn't.
Right.
It has not been your experience. Do your homework, sir. Do your homework.
Let's have some respect and decorum
Do your
for each
homework.
other, please.
There is respect and decorum, sir.
Yeah, let's
Respect
not
and
raise our
decorum is
voices,
not to
please.
say that somebody apologizing in some blanket fraudulent apology because you didn't feel the wrath. Nobody has been calling you names. Nobody has been saying it to you. So that is
point has been
disrespectful.
taken.
That is disrespectful. Right? So do not say that. Do not say because he didn't sit here and say to you, he said it to Director King Meredith, he said it to me, that you are, what he say about the pearls? Oh, you are clutching your pearls. One of the most sexist comments. He didn't say it to you. He didn't say it to you, sir. No, your comment was, I don't want to make anyone mad. I don't want, if I vote this way, I'm not going to be friends with somebody. That was your comment. I'm not here to be friends. I'm here for the people. I'm here to do the work of the people. He didn't do that to you. So you have that luxury. You have that luxury of pretending like you don't see this man with these xenophobic comments, with these racist comments, with these sexist comments. So you can sit there in your righteousness and pretend like everything is okay. But it's not okay. It's all over every single video. The receipts are there. I don't care if he's been censured for 3, 4, 5 years. He hasn't shown contrition, and he said he never will. He sat here when we asked him about that video. We asked him, Director King Meredith asked him, and he said he don't feel sorry about it. There was a clean version. He said, no, I wanted you to feel the urgency. And then he told me that I was wrong, that we were being overly sensitive. That's what he just said. October. I didn't say that. He said it, and it's on video. So how can you sit there and say you didn't know? He hasn't done anything wrong. Do you think the same way? So don't sit here and say that the time that you've been here, he's done nothing wrong.
Director Suttoff, can you finish up your comments, please?
As soon as I finish, sir. We have sat here through his diatribes the whole last few years. So when I have something to say, now you want me to finish up? You sat here through his diatribes.
Director Suttoff.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Let's
Don't
finish the
do
thing.
that. Let
I'm
me
gonna call
finish
you out
saying
of
what I
order.
want.
That is it.
Don't be doing that. Don't
Out
do
of
that.
order.
Don't do
You're
that.
out of order
Don't do
right
that.
now. You
Don't
are
do
out
that.
of order.
Of course, because we already know what's
No,
going to happen.
you are out of order.
Do what you got to do.
Vice
what you
President
gotta do.
Ventila?
He already said what he had to say.
I said what I had to say.
Okay, so, Madam Clerk, please take the roll on the motion in the second.
You didn't close. You have to close. There's the rules. You have to close
I
discussion.
am running the meeting, not you.
Close the discussion. This Robert's
Discussion
rules.
is closed.
There you go.
We're taking the motion now. Please, individually.
On the motion on the motion moved by Vice President Rentila and seconded by Director Weiner to remove the censure of Harry Weiner. Director Weiner?
Aye.
Director King Meredith?
No.
Director Suddeth?
Hell no. No.
Vice President Rentila?
Yes.
And President Alvarado?
No.
So the motion fails. It's, which one do you call first? It's 2-3.
Motion fails.
2-3 with noes from King Meredith, Suddeth, and President Alvarado.
Now we're going to move on to the alternative motion, which is to take each item individually, as I said before. Okay, so the first part of the motion, of the censure. Excuse me, can you let me run the meeting, please?
Do it right.
I am doing it right. I have a parliamentarian sitting right next to me, not you. You're not an attorney.
So the question is really, is there a motion? We don't need a motion to proceed through each of these items. We can just simply proceed through them.
Yep.
Or you can move to proceed through these items and the board can consider that.
I don't need a motion though, do I? I can just read them. Thank you. Okay, so getting back to the motions. A prohibition on serving on any standing or ad hoc committee. Do I have a motion to remove that censure point?
I'll make a motion to remove that point.
I second.
Discussion. Director King Meredith?
I apologize, I'm having a little technical difficulty here. Something happened to my screen. But to reiterate, what has just been stated is to have Director Weiner to be reinstated to participate on the committees, from my
That's correct.
understanding, on committees. Okay.
Either ad hoc or standing.
Ad hoc or standing. Okay. So I'm just so sorry that this is happening. So I'll abstain on that one. I'm gonna abstain on that.
I don't think we're voting yet, just
But, but, okay.
your thoughts on it is.
Right,
you're
my
gonna
thoughts is
abstain.
kind of jumbled now. I've lost, So no comment at this time.
Okay.
How about that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it this one? Wait a minute. Are you on censure element 2? Did you skip one? Are we on two?
President Alvarado, which one? I don't know, it just went blank.
Are we on-
First one is serving on any standing or ad hoc committee.
Which one?
So it's at page 50, I have to apologize, it just jumped. I don't know why. Okay, thank you. Okay. I've been addressed, I have. Thank you.
Good.
You got it?
She gets
Director
it.
Studdard?
Pardon me? Yeah, I know, it keeps moving. again, the issue came on the standing committee is where we had the biggest issue. And even though there was an apology here, I don't really have, the main issue I had was serving as a chair on the committee. The apology came because of a desire to have the censure lifted. And the apology came 4 months after saying that he's not gonna apologize. He doesn't think he did anything wrong. We're showing the vulgar video with all of the expletives in it. So, you know, I think that it has to be the apology that we were looking for, which we asked about, was something that indicated what exactly the an understanding of exactly what the issue was and why it was offensive, not just saying that if I offended someone, but knowing what the offense was and why it broke the ethics policy. Not whether I was offended or staff was offended or if it was offensive to someone else, but understanding why it broke the ethics policy and a commitment to upholding the same ethics policy that all the rest of us are upholding. That is what this is about. It's not about any of us, it's about holding up the same rules as everybody else. If that is the case, then I can agree to it. The same thing I said 4 months ago. These are my comments.
Thank you. Any comments, Vice President Rentila?
No, sir.
And I do have a comment. I am still on the fence with Director Weiner on a lot of the items, but I believe that, you know, everyone deserves an opportunity to amend for their actions. Now, if I vote yes to lift this portion of the censure, it's with the understanding that the board can always go back and recensure if the actions constitute us taking another action of censure. So that's my comment. Thank you. Any further comments from the board members? Seeing none? Seeing none, roll call on this item, please.
On the motion by Vice President Rentila and seconded by Director Weiner to eliminate element 4 of the censure resolution. Director Weiner?
Could you restate?
Oh, excuse me. I'm going to read out the prohibition. So the prohibition is serving as a member of any standing or ad hoc committee. So Director Weiner?
This is to lift the censure?
Limit.
Yes, I agree.
Director King Meredith?
No.
Director Sutton?
No.
Director Rentila?
Yes.
Director Alvarado?
Yes.
The motion passes 3-2, noes from King Meredith and Sutton.
Next item, or next motion, will be removal of the prohibition on representing West County at outside agents entities. And we'll ask again for comments from Director King Meredith.
Not at this time.
Director Sutter?
President,
Yes.
do you want to ask for a motion on this item?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, can I have a motion on the item, please?
I'll make a motion, we move the item.
A second.
So again, there isn't a recommendation, so we need to specify whether the board would like to maintain, eliminate, or amend this censure item.
So your motion is to maintain or remove the item,
Or amend the item.
or amend? This is the one item, right? This is just the one item we're talking about. So you want to remove that item, or do you want to maintain it, or do you want to?
I'd like to make a motion to amend the item by stating that should he violate any past practices or current practices at any of the events, that the censure be brought back.
That's not what you're looking for, right?
Right, so we can amend the existing prohibition so that the prohibition stays in place or is modified in some way. The board always has the authority, if there is a situation that arises that warrants further censure, to bring a censure item back. But, and so I guess the question is really, is the motion to maintain it as it is, eliminate it, or modify some of the existing language so that it stays in place, but stays in place in a changed form?
I'll make a motion to move the item, eliminate it.
And I second.
It's okay, so now we can do discussion, correct? Director King Meredith?
So the statement has just been made to totally delete this one, to eliminate, and not to have anything, as Director Rantino was saying, to amend. This is the time to do any amendments. So if an action occur again, that we will bring it back to the board and introduce another sanction. Is that correct?
Yes. Correct?
Okay.
Point of clarification? That would be included in every one of these censures, correct? That language?
The motion is to either, in this case, is to remove it. What counsel said earlier is that the board always has the authority to come back. What you couldn't do is, you're not amending the provisions of it. What you were saying is that eliminate it, but if
Or
something
modifying
happens,
it,
then
yeah.
you will do. That would have to be a separate motion.
Oh, see, no.
This is whether you are keeping it, removing it, or amending something like saying, going to West outside entities, except he could attend this entity or something like that.
Understood.
So what's on the table right now is the motion was to remove that.
And my answer at this point is no.
Thank you. Director Sadif?
I haven't changed since October. You can't behave inside, you can't behave outside. So again, if you have problems treating people fairly and not discriminating against people inside, then how can you represent the district? I have a problem with saying that we have this policy, we put out this beautiful policy about diversity and inclusion and equity and all of this stuff, and then we let somebody violate that because we say that, oh, we punish them long enough, but they don't have to all they have to do is give some half done apology 4 months after they say they don't want to, because we say, oh, there's enough. Come out of the corner now. He's good. He's okay. We used to feel sorry for them. Be a bigger person, Gerald. He's okay. They can keep treating you bad, Gerald, but you should forgive them. They're gonna keep treating you poorly, Miss Annie, but he's okay. He's okay. Just let them keep slapping you around, Director King Meredith, Director Sadith. But he's okay, because they didn't slap us around. No.
Thank you. Vice President Retila?
As I said, I can't quantify or measure the pain or anger or hostility that these two directors have gone through. I just feel that after 3 years, it's time to move forward. So I'm ready to move the motion.
Okay, thank you. And I echo the comments I said before. I'm still weary of this, and I know that I have the censure that can be reinstituted if this action goes awry again. So that's my take on it. Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on the matter, ask the clerk to take the roll, please.
On the motion by Director Rentila and seconded by Director Weiner to eliminate Element 5, prohibition on representing WCW at outside entities, Director Weiner,
Yes.
Director King Meredith,
No,
Director Suddeth? No. Director Rentila,
Yes.
and Director Alvarado.
Yes.
The motion passes 3-2 with noes from Director Suddeth and Director King Meredith.
Okay, next item on the censure is a prohibition on making public statements on behalf of West County. A motion on the removal, the stay of the censure, or amendment of the censure.
I make a motion, we remove the censure.
I second it.
To clarify, this is elimination of censure element for prohibition on making public statements on behalf of WCW.
Yes, by Rentila.
I have a clarification question
Sure.
regarding this. Board members are not encouraged to make statements on behalf of the district unless the board has approved of those statements. So if that's the criteria, I definitely support this.
All right, discussion. Director King Meredith?
thank you, President Alvarado. This is like a two-headed sword here. You could take it one way or take it the other. It can either go through the president first, or it can be said and then with a slap on the hand later. I have reservations about this one also. So at this time, I would just rather wait until it's time for the actual vote.
Okay, thank you. Director Suddeth?
Consistent with element 5 and element 4, speaking on behalf of the board, we already have a policy about going through, no speaking on behalf of the board, which Wiener just said it himself, but the other side of that is, like I said before, you can behave inside, you can behave outside. So I'm just waiting for the two of you to surprise me and say something different from one another to show me that, well, the three of you aren't voting in lockstep. I say no, and I'm gonna continue to say no until I see something different in behavior. No.
Thank you. Vice President Rentila.
I understand the feelings of my colleagues here, and I'm also a little apprehensive, but at the end of the day, I think we need to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. As we know, we can't make public statements anyway unless it's approved by the board, so I don't know. I'm kind of confused about this. Nicole, can you shed some light?
So the board policies describe the conditions under which directors can make statements on behalf of West County. And so if this item were to be eliminated, consistent with what I believe Director Wiener was saying, all of the rules that exist in the board policies and procedures limiting directors in their public communications would apply to him in that context as well.
So the other board members can't do it now?
So I can go through and kind of explain a little bit.
Yeah, please.
Directors are required to seek, so this is just reading from the Board Policies and Procedures, Section 10. Directors are required to seek prior approval from the majority of the Board of Directors before expressing a view on behalf of the board. Letters, emails, or other electronic correspondence or other communications to the public, media, or other publicly elected officials representing or on behalf of the Board of Directors must be approved by a majority of the board before being sent. Further, the use of any WCW letterhead, email, masthead, which implies that a communication is being sent by a WCW representative must be approved by a majority of the board. As a courtesy to other directors, a director writing in their capacity as an individual should request the general manager to let other directors know of any pending communication with the media or publicly elected officials via an informational email. Correspondence by a director with the public, media, or other publicly elected officials as an individual should adhere to the following guidelines. The communication should note that it is not being sent on behalf of the entire board, but by an individual director. Directors should not copy the rest of the board on communications in order to avoid an inadvertent Brown Act violation. Directors should be cautious about opining on future actions by the board and should not opine on the board's position on an item that has not yet before the board. And in certain instances, such as communications regarding broad policy concerns or future agenda items, a director should consider referring questions or communications to the general manager for a response on behalf of WCW. Public meetings are the best ways for the board to communicate with the public. Therefore, directors should use opportunities that arise at board meetings during discussion of agenda items to articulate reasons for their decisions to the public. So that's section 10, board communications of the board policies and procedures, and those are the rules that would apply to and do apply to all directors.
Sure, go ahead.
So, yeah, it's on. It's on. You know, the levels. So let me ask this question. General Counsel, so does that mean if a board member is having a conversation with another elected official, say, I don't know, at a public event, like out in a public event, and they have a conversation with another elected official, like on a school board or something, and they mention today's meeting, right? And they mention today's meeting and this censure procedure that's happening today, like right now. And they make a comment that the board is going to rescind Director Wiener's censure because they feel like it's been censured for too long. And so the decision has already been made that the censure is going to be rescinded. What is that?
I mean, I'm not sure exactly. The question is, would that communication violate the board policies?
Ethics, board policy, what does that violate? Just asking.
So I don't believe that.
I just read that one in there for good measure. Board policy, ethics, speaking on behalf of the board, what does that violate? Anything?
Well, I guess I would say that I would defer making a conclusion on that. I think I'd need more information and to understand a little bit more.
Of course. Just wanted to throw it out there. Because, conversations, because there was a question asked about, let me see, making public statements on behalf of WCW, or even intimating when you just read, what you just read, right? Was intimating that you're speaking on behalf of the board on an issue that has not yet come before the board, right? And if it was intimated that the decision had already been made, as if a conversation had already been had outside of the board chambers, that would be a problem, would it not? Just asking. Okay?
It really depends on the context. This is getting at a issue of decision-making and any kind of bias in decision-making. So it would depend on the facts and the context as to whether or not it's problematic. What is in here in the board policies is that directors should be cautious about opining on future actions and shouldn't opine on the board's position on an item that hasn't been before the board, in part because the board hasn't taken those actions.
That's why I wanted you to read it again. Thank you, I appreciate that. This is what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Rentila?
Yes, I have a question. So if the maker of the motion changes his mind or her mind, would they just vote no on the motion or change the motion?
You can vote no on the motion.
Understood. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Apologies. You could also amend the motion, but then the person who seconded would need to agree.
To your amendment.
And, it might just be cleaner if there's a changed view to vote no and then propose a new motion.
Okay, because at this time, I'm not comfortable with the motion. So I'll just vote accordingly.
Okay. Ask the clerk to take the roll, please.
Can you clarify what the motion is?
Sorry, one more. So you're not comfortable with the motion anymore. You could withdraw the motion. That would be another option.
Okay, I'd like to withdraw the motion.
So there's no further motion on this, on making public statements on behalf of West County? You withdrew that?
I withdrew that.
Okay.
Unless someone else wants to make a motion.
There has to be something made to either keep it or take it away.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
why you vote yes or no, right?
Yes.
I have
Yes, there's a motion on the floor, so if you pull it, you gotta put another, somebody has to put another one on to either
Yes.
keep it or take it away.
Yes, so is there
I
another
have a
motion?
question. What would I be prohibited from doing by this motion that I'm not prohibited from doing by board policy?
Making any kind of statement on behalf of West County. Other directors would have the authority to make a statement on behalf of West County with permission of the board, but under the terms of your censure, you don't have that authority. And there's language that provides more detail on when you're making a statement as an individual, the kind of sort of preface that you would have to make in that capacity.
So the board would never be asked by me for permission to make a statement regarding some board matter that they've all agreed to. I see.
Okay. So is any further making public statements? Seeing none, we're going to go to the next item then. A prohibition on holding the positions of president or vice president. seek a motion on this censure item.
I'll make a motion that we remove that censure item.
I second it.
Discussion. Director King Meredith?
Thank you, President Alvarado. This is another one that is hanging in the balance of what is going on now that hasn't been, in so many words, been resolved. My stance with this, until things are totally resolved, I cannot support this particular one at this time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Director Sutter?
You have somebody who has been repeatedly treating people against, who has broken rules, who is treating people unfairly, and if either one of you come back and say that that time has been 2 or 3 years, I promise you, I'm gonna cut you in my eyeballs. You can give people chances. And just because you haven't, I have never been shot. I've never been shot. But the pain of getting shot, I don't have to get shot to know that this is not a fun thing to do. Right? And neither one of you, I suppose, have never been raped or sexually assaulted. But you don't have to be there to know that there's not something you want to go through. But don't sit here and say to me that you clearly do not know that this is wrong. To want to even say that it is okay to put someone in charge of this board who is clearly treating at least 2 of us as inferior to him. He looks at me with disdain and inferiority, and he has said it out of his mouth. It is maddening for you to sit here and say to me to swallow that because you have not experienced it. And to tell me to choke it down and take it because that is something that you have not experienced. And then to say to me that it is okay, that president and vice president interacts with our staff, interacts with each of us, and interacts with the public as the face of this organization and represents each of us. And if you're okay with him representing you, that is your issue. But I'm not okay with someone who has acted with the utmost ways of bigotry and racism and xenophobia and has treated me worse than what's on the bottom of his shoe. This man looked me in my face and said to me, and staff was there when he said to me, I need to learn my place. In a meeting, in an open meeting, I need to learn my place. And because you were not there, because you were not on this board, you do not get to say to me to choke it down and forget about it. And put the past in the past. When he is able to come to me and make amends, then I can put it in the past. But he has not done that. He has not done that. Just because he says it to you does not make it right. So no, a leader leads. A leader knows what that means. The president and vice president of a board are leaders. And at this moment, neither one of you are exhibiting that when you are saying that it is okay to keep treating people with impunity, and all you have to do is issue some lame apology because you are asking him, not because it is the right thing to do for the public. The answer is no. And he's going to be no until he does what he's supposed to do to rectify the harm he has done and continues to do. And do not denigrate either one of us further by continuing to make us feel like we are in the wrong for asking for just that little bit of humanity back, because you're compounding the harm. You are compounding the harm. And whatever deal you struck, I hope you can swallow it and sleep at night, because it is apparent to not just me, but to everybody watching. I'm done.
Thank you, Director, Vice President Rentila.
Yes, once again, I can't express how they must feel. I just think that we need to move forward, we need to heal, and I ask that we move this item.
Thank you. I too have major reservations about this. And, no further, if there is no further comment on the motion, I'll ask the clerk to take the roll, please.
On the motion by Vice President Rentila and seconded by Director Weiner to eliminate the prohibition on holding the position of the president or vice president. Director Weiner?
Yes.
Director King Meredith?
No.
Director Suddeth?
No.
Rentila?
Because we have to vote for him when it's time, yes.
And President Alvarado?
No.
That motion fails 2-3
Wasn't gonna
with
vote for him
noes
anyway.
from King Meredith, Suddeth, and Alvarado.
Thank you. It would appear that 2 of the censures have been lifted, correct,
Yes.
Counsel?
2 of the
And-
censure items have been lifted.
And 2 have been, and 2 remain.
Exactly.
And this is something that we can come together as a board and discuss maybe in the future down the line, should it merit it.
The only other item I would wonder is if the board wants to consider any changes to the enforcement provisions of the censure, or if there's any motions on that matter.
Is there any, go ahead.
So the question is there a motion to either maintain, eliminate, or amend the penalties of the second censure order?
I guess we'll start with Director Weiner, right?
So I don't think there's a motion on the floor. If there's no
So we don't
further.
have to at this point.
Right, so if there's
Okay.
no further action, what I would request is a brief recess so that we can draft the resolution to bring back to the board with these changes that have been approved. And the other issue that I think we need to deal with is that we're now at 9:30, and we need a motion to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock.
Okay, can I get a motion to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock?
I'll make a motion to pass the meeting, extend the meeting past 10 o'clock.
And I second it. Okay.
On the motion by Vice President Rentila and seconded by Director King Meredith to extend the meeting past 10 p.m. Those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say no. The motion passes 5.
And I guess we'll go into a recess for how long?
I don't think we'll need too long, maybe 10 minutes.
Okay, 10-minute recess. It's 9:35 according to that clock, so we'll go with that clock, 9:45.
I wouldn't vote for him anyway. That's my reason for saying yeah.
Girl.
I'll be on the ground. I'll be on the ground.
You see me just like, where you going?
No, I'll be on the ground. Talk to Julie. Come on, let's go talk to Julie. Check on
We don't have a microwave in here.
check on my child.
Where the microwave at? No, that's okay. Oh, God.
Hey, my daughter's been calling me. She called me.
This she in school?
It's late. Yeah, she's in Boston. But she's calling me for something. I don't know what it
How's
is.
the weather?
Cold.
Yeah, but isn't it snowing?
Yes, I'm wrong. So she must be calling me for a reason.
I don't see a microwave here.
It's really late, so she must be calling for a reason.
So you want a cupcake?
You want a cupcake? Raise me that. No, I don't need cupcakes.
I'm asking Joy, did you want?
Oh, you asking me? You're asking me, you asking Joe. He's, look back. Yeah.
President Alvarado,
Yes.
I would like there to be evidence shown to back up the claims of Cheryl Smith.
Okay.
My silence does not mean I agree with her, nor do I believe that the record would show any such a thing as racism, sexism, xenophobia. Now, it would show that that's the way she interprets it. But the way the law is written regarding these things is that a reasonable person would find it true or not true. A reasonable person. I have no doubt that she feels strongly, but I also believe that she feels strongly, and not because of anything I did, but because of who I am. I don't think it's because she doesn't know me. We've never hung out.
Right.
She's never caught me in an off-guard moment. I've never said anything in public. She keeps saying over and over again, I've got public. She said it was sexism to say she was clutching her pearls. I was talking about language. Did you go to the meeting where King Meredith used the F-bomb when she couldn't get her computer to work? And yet they're acting like sugar wouldn't melt. This is so difficult and so painful, and my feelings are definitely hurt, and it's slanderous. And the fact that I have to listen to this more than once, it's really painful, Dave, and totally unfair. It's totally unfair. She doesn't know me. She doesn't know nothing about me. And she's just making shit up and says things over and over again, slanders me, talks about how I showed pornography.
Well, the nice thing about these meetings is that they're recorded.
I understand, but all I hear, and there's no way to defend myself. No way to defend myself. And what does she want from me? What is she asking for? Well, demand that she give it. This needs to be sooner than later, because Dave, I ain't gonna serve on this board if I can put up with this shit. And I certainly am not gonna help the board.
I don't blame you. I mean, that's something that you have to.
No, that's something that, as president, this is something that's your responsibility. This woman has taken over, divided up the board, created this division. It's been going on for years. And, you know, she says, oh, I disrespect her. I'd like to see what she means by that. You mean, I disagreed with you? That's what I'm here for. This is just unacceptable, Dave. Unacceptable.
No, I didn't. Yeah. No, I had an event that night that I couldn't attend.
Right, that's what I was telling.
But I was trying to get what's
I told you.
get a table.
Yeah, somebody was.
Apparently because they're packed,
Yeah, somebody was telling me that.
we couldn't.
No, you can't write it off, that's not proper.
Exactly.
But I was, somebody said that if you were there, I said, no.
I was definitely not there.
I said, I was asleep, I was all asleep.
Pretty noticeable.
Yeah. No, I was asleep.
Although that's happened. You know, I used to weigh 400 pounds.
That's what you were saying. I'm gonna change mine, well, I'll just run out of. We got services that, we had another service prior.
Wow.
Every week.
Yeah, they are.
They're in the 80s, and they're in the 90s. And just one of our members talked to her just like I'm talking to you. 2 days later, she was gone. And she was, I think she was 60, probably 68.
68.
Yeah, a distant cousin. But we were talking about me and each other. Got that phone call Monday, Tuesday morning. Yeah, it was before Irma. It was her and then Irma. Back to back. Well, yeah. I was trying to do like my attorney. Up with her. But once I get that done, I mean, find everybody out next week.
Oh, yeah? And you're done?
Done. When I'm pretty done. Find everybody out.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Good for you.
Ooh, that was what?
Everybody out.
Go on. Got everything lined up, finally. That's why I told y'all, a week last week to do nothing. No more, but I got too much going. Court. Doing this and doing that. Arguing with people at the mat. Not arguing with them, but.
What happened to her daughter? Didn't show up again?
No, why is it?
Is she dead? Oh, boy.
Yeah. So one minute she good and the next minute she don't know. It's been a long time since she had that, episode, I mean, a long time. It just came back again on her. I told him, I talked to him yesterday morning, you know, I said, well, I will see my attorney. And I said, by the time I get back, don't even worry about it. You know, you can make it if you don't. Don't worry about it. And eventually he didn't. He didn't show up. So, I already had it, you know, that's what you got the last year.
Yeah, exactly. You're on the board too, right? Touchdown no more.
You think he is?
I think he's not.
That's the problem, though. We can't, we're pretty poor against the
Very,
that's why they're always penalizing.
very, but I think that they don't understand, they got fun.
If they can pressure, the homes to throw all these money, because his receivers have been dropping the ball. So we got left. What we got left?
Boards.
Do you think the score's gonna be?
Football,
Yeah.
24-14. I don't think it's gonna be as close as people think it is.
I hope it doesn't depend on us.
I could be wrong.
I hope it doesn't.
Because I just had the 2 Super Bowls already, so teams.
Things go out for how long, how long we fully have you. I'm gonna go down there, watch and see. Oh, the Chamber of Commerce after dinner tonight. Yeah. So it's the same time as our meeting. You think that'll help? Oh, wow.
This room, it's
Oh.
What's that? Don't watch the Warriors, huh?
Yeah, once in a while.
got the parents, and now she got people in cars.
Oh, thank you.
No, he needed it for tomorrow.
Oh, that's much better. Oh, my God. Woo. It is, it's much better. Look. Yeah. Oh, look, let me turn. I gotta turn my, I gotta turn the thing back on. Look. Let me get back on mine. Did yours go out too? Oh, Lord. Wait a minute, I gotta get, don't start until I gotta get on it, wait. Tell them to hold it. Do not. Okay,
What does this mean?
oh, that one. Okay, let's see. She gonna go over these words anyway. Oh, is it? Not only that, look, they told me to put my password in here again. Oh my gosh. Here we go with that. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, it's on. Everybody else is down? Not the only one down? Yours up?
YouTube is still up. Right. YouTube is still up.
Okay, mine is on.
Yeah, Zoom is frozen.
And everybody's green. Okay. Ooh, that's
Recording in progress.
So what we supposed to be reading these, or what we doing? Pardon? I said, we're supposed to be reading over these, or what? What we doing? You ready? No? Oh, he said after 10. We got 2 minutes.
Ready?
All right, call this meeting back to order.
So the item before the board is consideration of the full resolution, each of the elements that the board approved earlier in its meeting this evening. So there are copies for each of the directors at the dais, there's copies for members of the public at the back, and I think we can show the resolution up on the screen now for members of the public joining us via Zoom.
Yeah.
So the action here, the Board of Directors of the West County Wastewater District resolves as follows. Censure element 2, the prohibition on holding the position of president or vice president. The Board of Directors hereby resolves to maintain the prohibition on holding the position of president or vice president. Censure element 4, prohibition on serving as a member of any standing or ad hoc committee. The Board of Directors hereby resolves to eliminate the prohibition on serving as a member of any standing or ad hoc committee. Censure element 5, prohibition on representing West County at outside entities. The Board of Directors hereby resolves to eliminate the prohibition on representing WCW at outside entities. Censure element 6, prohibition on making public statements on behalf of WCW. The Board of Directors hereby resolves to maintain the prohibition on making public statements on behalf of WCW. The Board of Directors resolves to maintain the penalties of the second censure order. So now would be the time for a motion if you'd like to consider one.
So motion to approve this.
Resolution number 2024-002.
Okay, I get a motion to approve this.
I have a question regarding item 5. I'm having a hard time reading this, so if you could explain, well, I've heard the for me, what it says is that penalties that haven't been applied, you resolve to maintain penalties that haven't been applied.
So apologies. What is maintained are the enforcement options in the resolution. So what currently is in the censure resolution is a compensation limit. If Director Wiener violates this resolution in any way, then his day of service compensation will be reduced to $100 per board meeting effective upon notice from the board president and general counsel. Additional violations will result in the day of service compensation being reduced by 50% for each violation effective upon notice from the board president and general counsel. And the second penalty is no benefits contribution. If Director Wiener violates this resolution in any way, then effective upon notice from the board president and general counsel, WCW will terminate its contribution to the premium cost of any benefits for Director Wiener, although he may continue to participate in any benefits available to the other directors at his sole cost via reimbursement or direct payment at WCW's choice. For those premiums or other charges for benefits, including life insurance, health insurance, dental, vision, etc. So the board hasn't taken action to enforce any of those penalties, but they remain as an option, as an enforcement option in the censure resolution.
I think the language that we're to approve is, doesn't really explain that very well. It looks to me like they will be applied, not that they are in reserve for application.
So one option for clarification, the board could consider revising this section to read enforcement. The Board of Directors hereby resolves to maintain Section 9 compensation limit and Section 10 no benefits contribution of Resolution number 2022-015.
It still sounds to me like those penalties will be applied rather than they will not be applied, but will be held in reserve. Maintain the penalties that have not been applied. Can you put in a sentence that are currently not applicable?
I think suggesting that the sections aren't applicable would create some ambiguity since they are still in effect. Right, but the applicability of them, I think, is still, they are still in effect. This is simply not modifying or eliminating sections 9 and 10 of that censure resolution.
You say that it's simply, and I believe that's your intention. I just think that item 5 does not add attention. I understand the issue. I just think that item 5 does not adequately describe that.
Hereby resolves to make no changes to penalty provisions.
How about section 5 enforcement could be revised to read the Board of Directors hereby resolves to make no changes to sections 9 and 10 of the second censure order.
Better.
All right, let's do that. That essentially doesn't change the language at all, correct? Right. Makes it clear. Okay, so we need a motion of this resolution as amended, correct?
I make a motion, I move the motion.
Thank you. Motion's been made. We need a second.
Sorry? So section number 5, as amended, reads enforcement. The Board of Directors hereby resolves to make no changes to sections 9 and 10 of the second censure order.
Thank you. Okay, thanks.
questions? Okay, so the motion's been made. Can I get a second, please?
Mr. President, I want a little clarification. I would like some clarification. This motion, if we don't move this item, what is the end result?
So the process that the board has followed for the past 2 times that it's considered the censure is to take each item and then to adopt the full resolution, giving effect to all of the elements that were previously discussed. So I would put it to the board, but my interpretation would be if the board does not adopt this resolution, then none of the changes that have been discussed this evening would be implemented.
I'll second this.
A motion's been made and properly seconded. Any further discussion?
Can we take public comment?
Public comments, please? Anyone in the audience or via Zoom?
I see, I'm sorry. I have no hands in Zoom. I'm sorry, I have hands in Zoom. All right, so Amila E., your mic is unmuted.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes. Hello? Amila E.
Hello? Yes, I'm sorry. You unmuted, then I unmuted, and then it remuted.
Okay.
So forgive me.
Your turn.
And I don't need the whole 3 minutes, so you don't have to start it all over.
Okay.
I have been listening since earlier, and I've stayed on just to further witness what is going on here. And I think I just want to say that accountability is very important. And as public servants, we have to remember that we're exemplifying behavior and that we are an example. And so some of the things that I've heard just as a woman and a woman of color, I just want to say that it's a bit disturbing. And I appreciate the fact that sometimes when something doesn't affect us or we haven't experienced the thing, and we may never experience the thing. I will never know what it is to be a man, right? Never. And so just as a man will never know what it is to be a woman, I will never know what it is to be a white woman or a white man, just as a white man or a white woman will never know what it is to be a Black woman or a Black man, right? And we know what society we live in. And so it's very important to me as a member of community that we rise up to our highest selves and that we make sure that we hold each other accountable. I know you guys have already made the decisions, but when I hear someone can vote for themselves when they are the person in question, that's a concern for me. Because it's kind of saying we don't have to be accountable. And we do. We do. We have to have moral equity. And I couldn't go to sleep tonight without saying that moral equity is important for everyone. And we can learn from each other and we make mistakes, but we have to be woman enough and we have to be man enough to say, I was wrong. And I'm going to rectify my behavior. And I can look you in your face and I can apologize to you for being wrong or arrogant or just being neglectful. as a community. This is being live streamed. Our youth may look at this as a means of civil service or what it looks like. And we have to hold ourselves accountable. So I pray you all have a good night. And I just wanted to leave you with that.
Thank you. Oh, the next speaker, Nemat, you should be able to unmute your mic. Nemat. Let me try one. Nemat, you should be able to unmute your mic. I'm not getting anything.
All right, let's move on.
So would you like me to take the vote now?
Yeah. Or do we have any more public comments? Is that it?
That was the last.
Okay. Yeah, please take the roll.
Okay. So on the motion to adopt a resolution number 2024-002, amending resolution number 22015, censuring Director Harry Weiner, as amended. Director King Meredith. Director Suddeth.
What are we doing?
Adopting the resolution.
No.
Director Weiner.
Yes.
Director Rentila.
Yes.
And President Alvarado.
Yes.
The motion passes 4-1 with Suddeth as a no.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Next on the agenda is other business, item 8, reports from staff, general manager, and general counsel. Madam Clerk, have we received any public comments or requests to speak on this item?
We have not.
Thank you.
My mic. We
Thank
have
you.
not. If anyone wishes to speak on item 9, please approach the podium or raise your hand in Zoom. Seeing none, we have no public comments.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have no reports from general manager or staff. So the next item, the final item on the agenda is item 9, director's comments, meeting reports. Madam Clerk, have we received any written comments or requests to speak on this item?
I'm sorry, I said the wrong item before. If anybody wishes to speak on item 9 now, please approach the podium or raise your hand in Zoom. Seeing none, we have no public comments.
I think you left out acknowledgement of NAACP's recognition of the Richmond neighborhood.
That's you, right?
Okay, that's me. I gotcha. All right, so I do have a few words before I call for director comments. On February 3rd, 2024, at NAACP's 35th Freedom Fund and Membership Awards Masquerade Gala, Vice President Rentila, as president of the Richmond Neighborhood, or the RNCC, accepted an award on behalf of the council for their work and leadership in ensuring a positive quality of life for all in the Richmond community. We congratulate the RNCC for the recognition and acknowledge Vice President Rentila for his contributions. Would you like to say a couple of words, Vice President Rentila?
Thank you for that. I have to say it was an extreme honor to receive the award from the NAACP of February 3rd. Also, we received certificates from Garamendi's office, Buffy Wicks, Assemblyman, Mayor Eduardo Martinez from the city of Richmond, and from John Joya, County Supervisor. So on behalf of all the neighborhood councils in Richmond, I'd like to say it was an honor and a pleasure, and we're ecstatic that we received that. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, as a reminder, directors will report on meetings they attended for which they are seeking reimbursement or compensation from WCW and other matters within the subject matter of the jurisdiction of the agency. Considering that the time is 10:25, I ask that your comments be brief. Thank you. Director Wiener.
First of all, I'd like to thank the board for reviewing my censure and making changes. I would also like to say my silence is not acquiescence. Congrats to RNCC and ARTO for their NAACP award. I attended the West County Forum, the MLK Service Day, and celebration sponsored by Urban Tilth and the California Volunteer Office of Governor at Pullman Portal and Unity Park, and the Safe City Zoom on electrification. I'd like to announce that San Pablo City Council is naming an open space park near Contra Costa College. A proposed name is McNeil Park. Anyone who wants to show support for that name should attend the San Pablo City Council meeting Tuesday, February 20th, 2024 at 6 p.m. That's it.
Thank you. Director King Meredith.
Yes, I'll be very brief, and I'll give more highlights at our next meeting.
Yes,
But
thank you.
I did attend San Pablo City Council by Zoom, also in person, the North Richmond MAC, which was a lot of information in the presentations. But again, due to the sense of time, that I'll give more detail at our next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Sedif.
You forgot the finance meeting. Director. You just turned it off. You just turned it off. Finance meeting. You attended the finance meeting. Director King Meredith forgot the finance meeting, but she did attend the January finance meeting. So I'll say it for her.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You attended the finance meeting, also attended the quarterly green meeting for the county. That's the Air Club water meeting. Our CalWEF, the California African American Water Education Fund, several meetings for that over the last 3 weeks. Aqua meetings, our committee meetings, as well as WEV, our WELL, Water Education for Latino Leaders meetings, Berkeley, MLK, breakfast with our sorority, Muslims in Public Service, the Contra Costa County MLK Humanitarian of the Year meeting, our celebration with Mr. Willie Mims receiving the Humanitarian Award this year, as well as before she passed away, Irma Anderson, we had a birthday party for her with several of it was a leadership meeting for those who she mentored. the Biosolids RWG meeting here in Contra Costa County, the Civil Rights Day, and part of the Civil Rights Day was also another meeting on biosolids, or environmental justice for the Bay Area. I attended the Contra Costa Special Districts meeting where we held our elections on the 22nd, and the nominations for the elections. Ad hoc group meeting on federal lobbying for environmental causes on the 22nd, and then the CASA Winter Conference and Women in Leadership, the Accessibility Committee meeting, and the CAWEF meeting on the 30th, Black elected officials, West Contra Costa Mayor's Conference, East Bay Mud, Inspirations in Black, kickoff for Black History Month on February 3rd. They're having these months for Black History Month is the theme is Blacks in the Arts. So all months long, East Bay Mud will be having a showing of Samari Smith's art on location at East Bay Mud in Oakland. And I also attended on the 5th, the ad hoc group meeting for federal lobby priorities for Black, Indigenous, and people of color, what our environmental priorities should be as we work towards environmental justice and the use of the money that's been set aside by the Biden-Harris administration for Black and Indigenous communities. And we have today's meeting. That brings me up to date. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Rantila?
Thank you. As you said earlier, I did attend and receive award at the NAACP banquet, and they did award our police chief, Bisa French, and Dr. Kenneth Hurst from West Contra Costa Unified School District. They received a special award. For those of you who don't know, the RNCC is the umbrella group for all the neighborhood councils in Richmond. We will be meeting Monday. You're all welcome to come to City Hall and sit in the City Council chambers. Our guest speaker will be Ben Terrio from the Richmond Police Officers Union. And what happens is all the department heads give a report to us about what's going on in their departments within the city of Richmond. So also at the NAACP awards, they did have a special tribute to Irma Anderson, our mayor, who's an icon in the city of Richmond. She was the first Black mayor, and I did give my condolences to my friend Ahmad Anderson, her son. I've known for quite a while, and her ceremonies are set to be held next Friday at 11 a.m. at Easter Hill Church. Also, I went to the mayor's conference, which was beautiful. It was in El Cerrito, up on the golf course, beautiful views, and they did have a get the vote out presentation, so it's important that everybody votes, or at least get signed up to vote. And that about ends my report. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm going to make mine real brief, touch on these at the next meeting, but I just want to everyone know I attended in January, the Mayor's Conference, San Pablo Council meeting, an ad hoc committee for the GM evaluation, Board of Supervisors, and in February, I attended San Pablo Council meeting and North Richmond MEC Neighborhood Association, and tonight's WCW board meeting. And that's my report. And Madam Clerk, are there any announcements?
So real quick, by now, you should have received notice from Contra Costa County through NetFile of your Form 700 filing obligations. They are due Monday, April 1st, 2024. If you haven't, please check your junk mail or spam if you haven't seen it otherwise. I will start checking the system And in March, I'll start reaching out to the board and staff if you haven't filed, just to make sure we get it done on time. The upcoming meetings, including tomorrow's Finance and Administration Committee meeting, were included with the agenda, and I have no further announcements.
No further announcements, then I don't think we have anything left to do but adjourn to our next meeting, which is when?
Tomorrow morning.
Our next board meeting, which is in 2 weeks. 2 weeks from today.
2/21/24.
It is 10:30, I think, PM. Wow, haven't done that in a while.
Oh, you were supposed to give me that information that you did at the conference. Well, I gotta mention the conference. Oh.
You might do it, or Aaron typically.
Get you. I didn't hear. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. No, let me do it. Thank you so very much. Yeah.
Look at this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Save it.
Right.
And I saved the whole thing.
Did you? Okay.
It was on the survey.
Right, okay.